All right, good morning, everybody. If you can hear me and if I sound okay, if you don't mind hitting that number 1. And if I sound all right, audio-wise, hit that number 1, please. Ty, Jimbo, Renfrew, Kyle, Joey, Subtech. All right, very good. Looks like we are in business. All right, well, good morning, officially, everybody. It is Monday, November 17th. The year is 2025. And we are off to another week. Hopefully everybody is off to a good start. I've been watching and will continue to watch, although it's irrelevant all of a sudden at this point. But this 25,060 area seems in my mind to be a very important area of support. But as of now, we're getting quite the bounce off it. So for now, kind of back to the waiting game to see if the price wants to drop back to that area. But yes, so hopefully everybody is off to a good start, not only to the day but to the week. And I still got my robe on, don't I? I don't know. Is this weird? Do I look like Hugh Hefner, or like should I take the robe off? I don't know. It's kind of chilly in my office. It's kind of chilly. I better take the robe off. That's gonna be too distracting. Is this guy wearing a robe? I don't want to distract people. There we go. If I freeze, I freeze. Okay. All right. Well, how's everybody's days going? Good, bad, terrible, great. Passed an account, blew up an account, pushed into payout territory, took a payout. Oh, nice, Kyle. On a racehorse, nonetheless. Very good. Your range trading. Nice. 920 bucks on the range trading. Good job. Tom is green so far. In payout territory. Oh, nice, Aggie. Congrats. Oh, so you took another trade, Jim. Yeah, nice. Last we talked, you were only up, 30? And now you're up 135? Attaboy, cracking them walnuts. Ty's up. Good job. 1,200, a little over 300. Good job, Ty. Up 605 new pro accounts, 400 more for buffer. Very good. Very good. Yes, Landon, you are just the shining example right now. Proof of concept of the racehorse model. I know you had a rough late part of the week last week, but because of the racehorse model, you're already back to you're continuing with your racehorses, and you're almost to the buffer and payout territory already. So, Landon, shining example of the racehorse model in motion. Nice job, Alfonso. Okay, human guidance. He's already given trade plans. Okay. Short at. Okay, human, I'm a little. Oh, there you go. All right. Then he gives us the stop loss. Try to short the drop through the yellow line and ended up cracking some real walnuts. Oh, so you had to do a little building here as it bounced up against you? Kelvin looking for S&P might be getting a bearish reversal of conditions. All right, Kelvin. Sunny up San Diego, embracing for rainfall. Oh, so it does rain in San Diego every now and then, huh? Good, Landon. Good. Glad they got that figured out. I was going to say, if they still had it, I was going to grab your email and I was going to email my contact for you, but figured out. We'll give them the weekend, see if they can get it figured out. Take Private Trader, at least for me, was a first in a good way. Usually I request payouts on Saturday morning, and I did. So, kind of got a bit, all right, I'll just go request what I'm thinking of it. Came back a couple hours later, and I had already gotten an email. So basically an hour after I requested it, I got the email saying the payment was approved. And then after you get that email, you have to go in and click the, I can't remember what it is. You have to click another button. And then a couple minutes after that payment was processed. And then I logged in my bank account and boom, it was already pending on a Saturday morning. Usually when I request on a Saturday morning, it's not until Monday morning where I go through those steps. But I was told, and via the email that I showed, that they were implementing some new things into the protocol to speed up payments. And as far as I can tell, those must be starting to play out. I don't know if they're universal across the board yet, but if that is a sign of things to come, Take profit. I mean, they've already been fast, and they've been a little slow past few weeks as I've implementing this stuff. But I never gotten anything that fast before. So, as any growing company, you kind of have your growing pains, but you are growing nonetheless. Painful but growing. So, yeah, that was Anyways, point being is I figured we'll give them the weekend, but I'm glad they got it figured out for you, Landon. All right. Well, interested in a potential short up around this area here because right now it's looking like we have maybe just I hope it doesn't stay in this. I mean, I suppose if it does turn into a quote-unquote range day, that is still basically a 100-point range. So I'm not going to complain about a 100-point range. There's plenty of opportunities within that range in of itself. Again, one of these days where you don't need huge size. Even a few MNQs can add up quite quickly. Oh, wow. All right. Well, got up there, and that's really unworkable for me. Now, for those of you that have been here, a long time, if it wants to putz around up here, okay, I can start to kind of get a gauge on things. But if it's just going to go straight up and then straight back down, yeah, that's hard for me to work with. Hey, Willang, Travis. Good morning, Travis. Hey, Rob. Good to see you. You were here late last week. Recognize the name. Now we are basically, again, if you are, well, I don't think there's really an if. This thing is a sideways channel right now. So at this point, we are right in the middle of the range. So I know some people's policy is, if it's right in the middle of the range, just kind of sit back, which I can appreciate. So yeah, if you're one of those people, then I'm assuming you're sitting on your hands right now and you're not doing anything because it is literally right in the middle of the range. I forgot to ask, and I can see people do need the reminder, which is understandable. But yes, if you are enjoying and you've been here before, please hit that like button. If you are new, never been here before, no need to hit the like button. I understand you have no idea if you're going to enjoy it. But yes, if you have been here before, friendly reminder, hit that like button. We're at 12 only, which is kind of scary until I remembered, wait a second, I never actually asked and reminded people like I normally do at the beginning. Okay, human guidance. Well, you're one of those people with a good memory. Hey, good morning, Toad. Good to see you. All right, here we are coming back down. Now, I cannot short. If this candle here is going to break down, I just can't short that. To me, that's chasing a breakdown. Now, if it wants to come down here and consolidate out and then break, we'll talk. So I really hope that this candle here does not come all the way down here and break that line because that's this level here I'm very, very interested in. That's kind of one of these where, within the prop firm landscape, there's many ways to go about it, but I don't know. That's one of those areas where if you just want an aggressive pass or an aggressive trade for whatever reason, I could see, you take that short and it either is some sort of nasty fake breakdown and snaps back and potentially roasts your account, or you get, the breakdown and it's a true breakdown. And, like I said, whether that's helping you pass an account, bringing you to payout territory, I don't know, just giving you a big payout because you're already in payout. There's, like I said, prop firm space is a little bit different. You can get a little bit more, aggressive in certain moments compared to if you're using your own fund. So I'm not saying anybody should do that, but what I'm saying is if that is one of those levels where, man, you got to think everybody and their brother's uncle is now watching that area as a potential short, or I suppose, as the long, as it's bounced off there several times. First time here. Is there any delay on your podcast? Well, first off, Joey, welcome. Second, I think you mean live stream. This is not a podcast. But yes, there is, just as an FYI to you across the board, all live streams have a delay. No matter what live stream you're on, there is a delay. So yes, there is a delay here also. Hey, Brian. All right. See, what's hard is I wouldn't mind taking a short here with a stop above there, but now all of a sudden my stop is, right in front of all these other congestion points. So if I put my stop up here, now my stop is way up there, and that's like a 20-some point stop. I don't know if I'm wanting to risk. Okay, this is more doable, though. Okay. I am short. Just take a little scalpy scalp there. Little scalpy scalp. Get the confidence level up for the live stream here. Hey, Ronnie. Well, first off, thank you for using code Clay, feeding some hungry kids. Appreciate it. Code Clay, feed hungry children. Appreciate that. And all I can say is I wish I had done it sooner. All right, Ronnie. So I recognize the name, but what were you doing before? You clearly have been, I'm assuming, not trading futures. So what's your story, Ronnie? What were you trading here? Because your story is the point of the live stream at the end of the day. Hey, Too Wavy. Again, the whole goal of this live stream is not to prove that I'm a great trader. I don't care what you think about me as a trader. The whole point, though, is to make you aware of Pam's plan if you are not yet aware of it. Meaning the best way to trade the best strategy for day trading is to day trade futures through a prop firm. That is what I want to make people aware of. Oh, okay. All right. So you're already trading. You're already trading futures. Okay. I thought you meant you were new to futures. Gotcha. Hey. Thank you, Mr. Aziz. What account did you go with? Hey, Miss Tiny Sniper. Been a while since we've seen you. Good to see you. Okay. Got the 150K. Nice. Okay. Cool. You want that bigger drawdown. I can appreciate that. All right, maybe. Yeah. Okay, took a short there. Let's see if this thing wants to come back down to these lows. If not, I am kind of in the middle of this range taking a trade. So if you're like, Clay, that's kind of sketchy. You're right in the middle of the range taking a trade. That's a fair point. But it does seem like this thing very well might want to head back to the downside. But I 100% respect if you're like, nah, Clay, that is definitely not my cup of tea. Middle of the range, taking a trade. I get it. I hear you. You know what? I'm gonna hop out as I say all that out loud. It's like, yeah, Clay, what am I doing? That is also something that has been weird in a helpful way with the podcast or with the webinar or with with the live stream. Is I talk out loud, and then as I hear myself talk out loud, I'm like, yeah, this isn't quite what I was thinking in my brain. So again, I'm not going to say that was a terrible trade, but yeah, I mean, we are literally right in the middle of this range. Like, if anything, more so like a coin flip. And as traders, coin flips are not, well, I don't want to speak for everybody. I am making the assumption that as a trader, your goal is to have an edge before you take a trade where you believe there's some sort of edge. And a coin flip, to be fair, there is no disadvantage in a coin flip, but there's also no advantage either. There is no edge because obviously it's 50-50. And I'm not, so, okay, well, it worked out, but I figured err on the side of caution, Clay, because that one, I don't know if that was the best one. Yes, it would have worked out fine, but, you know, I gave away a ton this morning in pre-market on my, on a paper account. Okay. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad it's just a flat-out paper account. Oh, and what was your, glad you've had a breakthrough, Lance. What was your breakthrough? Yeah, I'm still watching 60 again. That's one of those areas where if you know, within your prop firm landscape, for some reason, if you want to get aggressive, to me, that's one of those areas where it's worth taking a swing. I mean, it very well could just be a fake breakdown and snap right back in your face and account roasted or punched in the face. But I could also see this being the point that unleashes the Kraken, and you could get paid in a big way. So for me, though, if it breaks on this candle, I can't take that trade. That to me, that's more so chasing. But hopefully, it maybe wants to pause, go, you know, give me a couple sideways candles, and then make the break. I'm taking that. I always make money by shorting in a range. I lose money when I follow the trend. Well, hey, maybe you're more of a range trader then. I like the 50 and the 150K. But that doesn't mean that those are the only ones to use. We had the discussion, I think, on Friday. In fact, one guy, yeah, I think it was Friday. Somebody was like, the 25K is all you need. And then another person chimed in, blah, 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 25Ks are a scam. I like the 100K or something like that. But it was funny. Again, neither of those people are right or wrong. It's just a matter of personal preference. All right, Miss Tiny Sniper. This is a large, you know, I mean, I would say this is just a large range. Get long at the yellow line. I'm looking at short at the yellow line. Jimbo, come on, Jimbo. I just explained the whole concept of that yellow line. That yellow line is one of those where if you want to take a big swing, that would be the place to do it. Whether that's, to pass an account, to get to payout territory, to maybe get a payout because you're already in payout territory. But it's also one where if it snaps back against you, it could be bad. But I mean, also if people are going to buy, you're not crazy to buy there either. It's bounced off there 18 times. Hey, Burger. That's right, yeah, Anthony. You were the 20, yeah. And then somebody else basically called your whole premise a scam, which was hilarious because it just, all right, is it going to break or is it going to bounce? About to crack that line like a walnut. That's not totally the walnut reference, but I suppose it's applicable. Okay. Is it going to bounce again? We'll see. We'll see. So far. Morning, Shuby. Second day here I was. Yeah. It will bounce or break. Agreed. Agreed. Greg bought the yellow line. Like I said, I'm not shorting anywhere above it. Like for me, I would want to see it actually break down through there because as of now, that's not coming down to that level is not confirmation. If anything, now if you had gotten short up here like I was, okay, we're not anywhere close to the yellow line, but shorting, slightly above it when it's got a track record of bouncing, to me, a little sketchy. But yeah, good job, Greg, for buying it. Did you buy it, Jim? Jim also threw out there get long at the yellow line. I'm going to try a short here if it wants to come back down. Ooh, that was, wait a second. Okay, maybe that was my imagination. Okay, that was, I don't know. I thought it seemed like it was delayed. Nope, that was instant. That was instant. Okay, maybe that was just my imagination. Okay, looking to get short at the red line. I'm in. Okay, got my first target out. Could still be a losing trade. It'll now just be a little bit smaller of a losing trade because I did at least reduce position size and put some green in my pocket. How am I not getting... There we go. There we go. So now, there we go, brothers. Move it down. Is it okay? Well, come on. More follow through than that. Not the fake breakdown. Okay, I'll leave my stop here. Well, now I'm upset that I took those first two off, but I took those off just in case it was going to snap back and bounce. But I did want to hang one in case, well, something like this happened. So there we go. Come on. Keep breaking down for me. So worst case for me now, I'm making like 20-some points. Let's see, another push to the downside. There we go. Now worst case, I'm making like 31 points on this final one. I like worst cases where I'm making 31 points on a trade. Congrats to anybody that took it. Congrats, folks. In hindsight, I could have played it better, but I played it the right way. Yes, I could have played it better in hindsight knowing what I know now. But at that point, I didn't know what was going to happen. But I did play it right. I scaled out, gave myself a chance just in case this happened. It did happen. And hey, guess what? That's why I'm still making money on it. Jim would have scalped 5 points. Come on. Give me another plunge and I can move the stop loss down some more. Come on. Keep coming down. Push lower. It is approaching a pivot point, but that's still got a little bit of distance before the pivot point hits. I'd bring over the 5-minute, but I don't want to move my... I want... about to get stopped out. I was going to say, I want to have my cursor ready to drag down the stop. Okay. So stopped out there. So nice trade, though. Who took that? Anybody take that short with me? Give me a 2 if you were short. Anybody take that? Please don't tell me I'm the only one that took that trade. 2-Wavy did, Shuby did. All right, good. Whoever did. Nice. Human still in it for a runner. That's good. I was in earlier. I did, but you had a better entry. Where's Jimbo at? Jimbo, you take that? What about Greg? Did you go long again there or what? Where's Greg at? Where's Cattle Greg? Hey, good morning, Leah. You're still in? From what, the long or short side? Long at 60? What the? Okay, so Greg must be small size sway trader. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. He's giving himself a 30-point stop. Oh, boy. So where is your stop at then, Greg? Do what you got to do, Tyson. Do what you got to do. Do what you feel most comfortable with. No, 520. Gotcha. 40-point stop. Woo! All right. I'm very nervous for Jimbo. His silence does not have me feeling very good right now. I'm gonna actually drop him a text. I'm scared for him. Where are you? Question mark. Congrats, human guidance. All right, Greg. Be careful. Be ready to get disciplined, my friend. It's coming for you. All right, Greg. Good try. Good try. You got pulled into a work meeting. Man, that's an expensive work meeting for Jimbo. Wow, that's an expensive meeting. What a shame. What a shame. All right, let's see what else we can now cook up here. One of these situations where going long here seems like a total catching a knife. Now, maybe going long right there, you are still trying to catch a knife, but I can see the logic behind it. But just buying right here seems a little bit kind of sketchy. If you expect to turn green, wait for 2 p.m. Is there news at something at 2 p.m.? What's at 2 p.m.? Is there some sort of news or something? What is so special about 2 p.m. that's going to, I guess, according to this person, turn people green? Well, I mean, even if so, why would Eric say that that's going to turn people... I don't know exactly what he's saying. If you expect to turn green, wait for 2 p.m. There's somebody speaking at 2. Okay, here we go. Maybe along here. Greg, you did get out, right? You're not pulling a... Who was that one guy? Who was that? I don't know. I can't remember who it was now. Benjamin or Ben Sure or something like that. Ashner. Hopefully you're not pulling an Ashner on us. Good job, human. Congrats. This will test the 50-day once again. So you are all in short, Kelvin? Is that what I'm to conclude from that comment? This will test the 50-day once again. So you are all in short, maxed out. A gap at 968. I'm not going long before it gets filled. Okay. Some of you, I mean, those gaps, I mean, you're just full blown. The gaps run your life, and that's fine. And I know some people put a whole lot of emphasis on gaps. I'm not one of those people. But if you are, do what works for you. Kelvin is our resident degen right now. But at least his logic holds. He said it will hit the 50-day. So if it's guaranteed to happen, then you better be all in. So at least he's consistent within his logic that he is all in, as he should be if it will happen. The problem is Kelvin's mistaken to think that he thinks that guarantees exist. So I give him credit in one regard. He's carrying his logic through, but he is wrong in the other department, thinking that guarantees exist. So Kelvin is either, I guess, going to get paid, or hopefully he's in a prop account and just loses his prop account. But I will give credit for the consistency of logic. Nothing worse than somebody making a claim of a guarantee like, oh, this will happen, and then they're using a stop loss or something like that. It's like, well, why do you need a stop loss if this thing will happen? I want to see a little retest of that very long-term uptrend. All right. Uh-oh. Game over for power. I'm not sure exactly. Power is crying. Hopefully it's not too bad. Hopefully it's just like a prop account. Not like your own funds. Hey, hello, Space Jam. Only guarantees are death taxes. And and you forgot one, and that clay will always be beautiful. Now all of a sudden, Kelvin, so 1 minute you're making bold claims of this will happen, and now you're just saying you're trying to learn? Uh-oh. I trade SPX out. Yeah, well, day trading SPX options is mathematically garbage. I'm assuming you mean you're day trading SPX options. Truly utter mathematical garbage compared to day trading futures. How? Maybe you're asking. Well, there's this little bugger called theta in the world of options. In the world of futures, not to mention futures move better anyways, but even if we assume that options and futures move the same, why would you choose the pathway that has theta when the other pathway does not have theta? So yeah, Kelvin, you need to just stop with the nonsense of options day trading. And I mean like literal nonsense, as opposed to like it doesn't make sense, which can be mathematically proven to not make sense. Don't you? No, I don't. I do get tired of answering that question though. Win at life. That's the one question I do get tired of. Hey, let's get 4 more likes. 4 more likes puts us at 50. Always our first key milestone. I'm just kidding. Yeah, yes, I do. There are some live streams where I see the question. Listen, I can't answer that anymore. I've answered it 40 times already. So no offense, whoever. I'm just mentally burnt out. And so far, everybody's been like, hey, I understand. So I haven't had anybody flip out. Kelvin, that is irrelevant to the point. Whether or not I have made money or lost money, whether or not you have made money or lost money does not negate the fact that you are dealing with theta when you don't have to deal with theta. Like that's the point of contention here. I'm not saying you can't make money day trading SPX options. I'm saying you're making your life harder than it needs to be. You are working inefficiently. That's the point of contention in this discussion. So I mean, if you want to look at the math, we can do that. But I mean, if the idea is digging a hole, yeah, you can be like, well, I'm using the shovel to dig a hole. See, look, I can dig a hole. It's like, well, yeah, but you could use these hydraulics and use an excavator and dig the hole more efficiently. 0D. Okay, Kelvin, I don't know if, okay. I'll say this. I don't know how to say it. Kelvin, the point is not whether you can make money or not. I concede you can make money day trading 0DT options. Yes, you can. The point is you are making your life more difficult than it needs to be. You are working inefficiently. That is the point. How? Because you are dealing with a massive amount of theta if you're on 0DT options. That is the point. You're why deal with theta if you don't have to? And futures move way better than 0DT options anyways. But even if we just, like I said they move the same, why deal with theta? Why are you putting yourself under theta? But Clay, if you nail the entry points, theta doesn't matter. No, it does matter. How does it matter? Because it forces you to have to deal or have to nail the entry point. In futures, you don't have to nail an entry point. If you're off a little bit, that's okay, because theta's not going to eat your lunch. Kelvin, no, it has nothing to do with TPT. It has to do with futures. Futures are less risky inherently because there is no theta. Again, what you're doing demands like pinpoint entry points. So like that by nature is more risky. If the thing you're doing demands pinpoint entry points compared to something else, well then of course that one is more difficult. It's more risky. Why? Well, because it demands pinpoint entry points. So no, but to be fair, it has nothing to do with TPT. Take Profit Trader is just the prop firm. I'm making an argument for futures right now. All right, this thing is just continuing to bleed. This white line here is the low. So for you double bottom lovers, this could be an area. I'm interested for a potential double bottom, but I do want to see how it behaves first. But yes, take profit trader is less risky in the sense of you have very little of your capital on at risk. But it's not less risky per the conversation of theta. But yes, overall, day trading futures through a prop firm is less risky just because you, by definition, have very little of your money at risk. No, Calvin. No. You do not come across as you do come across like you're actually trying to learn. So I appreciate that. Hey, we're at 57 likes. Thank you everybody for those of you that hit that like button. Uh, 60. Man. Risky trade here, risky trade. I am trying to long. I am trying to catch a knife. Still thinking that maybe this double bottom area ultimately might want to hold. So let's do this now if it wants to come back up there. Risky trade, but I got plenty of green on the day, so I'm willing to take a little bit of a risky trade. Oh, you rat. Oh, wait, I don't need 3 down there now. That should be 2. Because I did take 1 out. Again, could still be a losing trade. It will be less of a losing trade, though, because at least I was able to pull out some... How did I not get that one? That's irritating, but maybe it wants to give me another try here. Nope. Again, I'm not out of the woods yet. Still could be an overall losing trade. Just less of one based on how I've managed it, but still could be a losing trade. Okay, there we go. Very good. Let's make sure this is now officially a winning trade. Let's bring this to my stop up right there, and I'm going to just follow it up. Here we go. Being aggressive because I am going counter trend here, and there we go. Stopped out there, boy. There we go. Don't long first. Wait another 45 minutes. Hey, Eric, what are you talking about? You told me to do something, to not do something that just made me money. Why would you do that, Eric? That's very mean of you. You literally told me to not do something that I just proved could make money. What kind of meanie head are you? Now, Eric, here's a problem though. You are suffering from the world revolves around me-itis. I have no problem admitting that for you, Eric, and your strategy and your approach, yeah, maybe wait another 45 minutes. Totally cool. Totally cool. But like that's your strategy. The world does not revolve around you. We all have different strategies, and I just kind of proved that out. In your mind, do not long. Fair enough. But in my mind, no, I want a long. It was worth it, and I made some money. Because again, the world does not revolve around me. So that's okay. And we all suffer that from time to time, right? We're all tempted to suffer from the world revolves around me-itis. Where because the way we do something, we think that's how everybody should do it. But Eric, if your strategy says you need to wait for another 45 minutes, no problem, man. Do what your strategy says. But you know, that's your strategy, my friend. I thought I was watching old live data. It said 11. What says 11:15? What do you mean? Yeah, I'm not sure what his strategy is where he's waiting. All right, have a good one, Space Jam. The video title? Oh, did I forget to change that? How do I change that? Uh-oh. I think the thumbnail was right. Did I forget to change the title? I must have. Okay, let's see. Can I do that? All right, let me get a little fancy here real quick. So if I disappear, I apologize. I'll be back. I don't know if I can fix that or not. Can I fix that? Like, oh, edit. All right, let me cook here real quick. Let me cook. If I disappear, I'll be back. Save. Okay, it should now say 11:17 up there, or at least soon should say it. Maybe you have to refresh. I'm not quite sure. It does? 11:17. Now, hey, thank you. By the way, where have all you other... Tyson, thank you for your astute observations. Everybody else, what do you know? You know what? No, I'll twist it in my favor. You all just trust that I'm always on point. Okay, all right, maybe another long here. Think about it. Last time the price was down around, again, we're talking general areas. Nice bounce. Here the price was down here again, lower shadow, bounce. Here the price was down around here, lower shadow. So I'm not going to quite go long yet, but I am definitely right now more bullish bias than bearish bias, just because, yeah, it does seem like there are still some buyers hanging around down here. I mean, on the 5 minute in of itself, it's kind of like, I mean, red candle, red candle, red candle. Not that we can't have another 5 red candles. I'm just saying you would think at some point there's at least one green candle, even if it turns out to be a dead cat bounce. But like, I mean, this is a lot of red candles in a row here all of a sudden. But again, to be fair, in futures and especially with the NQ and MNQ, it can go on those grinds where it's just the same color over and over. All right, B-Ran done. Are you doing the racehorse model or no? I can't quite remember. I think you are. Now, if this thing bounces, I will go into bearish mode. But yeah, down around this area, I am more bullish biased than I am bearish biased. Up here, though, I am more bearish biased than I am bullish biased. All right. You've never heard dead cat bounce? That's like I don't even know the history of it, but that's just a universal saying. Oh, gotcha, B Randon. Oh, so are you copy trading, B Randon? All right, here we go. Here we go. Potentially interested in a short up round here. But let's see. Okay, I don't want to do it on this candle. Well, in my ideal world, this candle closes somewhere here. The next one pops that up and drops back down, and then I'll take a swing at it from the short side. Same spot. Same spot. Oh, doggone it. I guess I should have just shorted right there. Okay, here we go. Still could work, but this thing needs to come up here immediately. I don't want it to come down here and then come up. That's not going to work. Okay. What would that be? 80. Yeah. I'll take a swing at that. Step one, though, it's got to hit that pink line, so it's getting close. Now, if you're saying close enough, fair enough. Okay, there we go. Now, if this pushes up through all this, then it is what it is. No trade. So I don't want it to come up really any further than where it is right now. Yeah, trying to go with the trend. Okay, I'm in. See if it wants to come down now. I'm due for a loser, by the way. So, yeah, be very careful. If you're just blindly following what I'm doing, be careful. I'm on a big old win streak. So I am due for a loser. Come on. Release to the downside now. Come on. There we go. Okay. I'll hang on to this one here, and we'll leave it up there. So this should be a green, I think. If it's not a green trade, it'll be a very, very, very small losing trade. Oh, and there we go. Well, I guess in hindsight, I should have just taken it all off down and around that area. What a dirty rat move that was. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. Does anybody remember what that number was before I took that trade? I think that actually might have been like a $5 loser. No, I never put, no, that's not true reward. What are you talking about? That is a bold-faced lie. That number right there is not at 371. No, it was at 5. I lost 30 bucks on that. Are you serious? Okay. That was bigger than what I thought it would have been. Okay. That's on me. But at first reward was like 371. Trying to give me a heart attack. All right, I got it. Okay, we are at the, okay, bounce. Okay. Buyers will definitely push this up to 300 points. Yes, yep. 300 points. Here we come. Matthew to Guzman. Without doubt. 300 point bounce. Here we go. To be fair to Matthew, his claim is unfalsifiable. Because it could be 30 years from now when the price hits 25,250 and he'll be able to say, "See, I told you. I told you." So I guess, and to be fair to Matthew, he must, I bet he's a lawyer in his real life. That was very cleverly worded. No time frame, so he can't be wrong. Well, I guess he could be wrong if it never ever happens, but I mean, I'm sure over the next 100 years, the price will probably tap 25,250. Overall was winning trade, no doubt. Overall, that was a winning trade, no doubt. No, the one I just took was not. Yeah, no, I didn't think I didn't know the math exactly on it, how it all shake out, but I was surprised that it ended up still costing me 30 bucks. I guess in hindsight, I should have just scalped it. Quite the dirty rat move, but it is what it is. Look at this bounce. Goodness. All right, 5 minute. We're approaching an interesting level. So there's 560, and we have the 21 EMA. So 560 was that former key breakdown point. So I can very realistically see this now behaving as resistance. Okay. This candle still got another minute to form. Yeah. So ideally, this thing stays below the yellow line, which it's not doing, or stays around the general area, and the next candle gives me another setup. But yeah, right now there's not really a whole lot I can do with it. But then hey, Win at Life, are you long right now? Listen, I appreciate people telling me to be careful, but it's also insulting to the extent of, like, you don't think I'm using risk management here? Like, the only people that need to be told to be careful are those that are not using risk management. I know you didn't mean it that way, but in some ways, those comments can be, like, insulting to somebody that is using risk management. Because using risk management is being careful. You know what I mean? But are you long? Are you long Win at Life? I'm still trying to figure out Win at Life. I can't quite sure if this is just, if he's just, or she's just a total armchair quarterback hindsight trader or what. But right now they're insulting me by implying that I'm not using risk management. Exactly. Be careful saying be careful. 100%. Well, where's your trade plan at to get long? Did you map that out somewhere, Win at Life? Win at Life. They're not new. They know how we do things around here. Nope. Huh, let me guess. Where'd you get long at? Down here, right? Well, you know what? Next time, Win at Life, call out the trade plan ahead of time. It's way more exciting that way. When we can cheer you on and know that you actually did get in down there because you called it out ahead of time. Specialist, hello. Hey, Mark. Good morning. Congrats on your massive return on investment. All right, we now on the 5 minute are at the 50 period. Win at Life. Okay. Final time, or else you're going to have to get thrown into a timeout because you're not new here. Give us 3 numbers. Right now, all you're doing is broad statement, armchair quarterbacking. But if you can give us an entry point, a stop loss, and a target, those 3 numbers ahead of time, or like it, because I do understand some people have to wait for confirmation first, or as soon as you get in, hey, I'm in here, here's my stop loss, and here's my target. If you give us those 3 numbers, then flap the lips away. I don't care because you've actually mapped stuff out. But all the stuff of like, oh, what I'm long. When the price is up here, it's like, well, yeah, I got him long down there. Well, come on, man. This is the internet. But, you know, when people map stuff out ahead of time, oh, man, that's so fun. It's fun to cheer people on when you're like, man, they literally called out that. So there's no like hindsight games being played here. Yeah, this is definitely the V shape. So I will say this is one of those stop losses that feels really good. I was short here. I locked in gains, but then that move right there, I guess, still led to a losing trade. But man, that's one of those stop losses that feels fantastic. Well, Win at Life. No. What I'm saying is, as soon as you do get in, just type. You got in. Like, make your orders. That's no problem. I get it. You got to press the buttons to get in. But as soon as you do, let us know in here. It's way better that way. Well, at this point, next key level I would think would be up around here. This was, if you remember at the start of the live stream, we were talking at that point, like, you know, that sideways range right there. So it's come back into the range, no problem. I thought it'd put up a little bit bigger of a fight there. It did not. But now the next area may be up around here. We also have the VWAP. We have that pink line, the 200 period moving average. So potentially up around there maybe is a challenging location. But right now, kind of just got to sit on your hands and wait, or at least I am. This orange line here is the previous session close, which can be a key level. And I'm short. There we go. Take out a little scalpy scalp there. I could have left it in there, thrown the stop above there, but at the same time, this is pretty strong. So I figured if it was going to give me a quick little scalpy scalp, I'll take it. Yeah, exactly. What John's saying. That's a good example of a quick way to type in a trade plan. Right. But my point is this, is I'm not quite sure we needed just a bunch of armchair quarterbacks. But that's fine, Win It Life. If we know that you're going to give us a trade plan ahead of time, fantastic. Okay, maybe a short here again. If it comes up to this orange line and gets rejected back down, probably take another swing at it from the short side. But step one for me is I want to see it come up and hit that orange line again. You're not the Andrew from way back when, are you? You're not that Andrew, are you? Some of you remember that Andrew. Are you him? Oh, you are him. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Why you always... Man, you've changed your name like 4,000 times. I don't know. He might be in Romania. I guess I don't know, now that I think about it. I don't know if they'll have a Black Friday sale. Did they have a Black Friday sale last year? I guess that'd be a good place to start. Okay, still waiting for it to come up, hit that orange line, and then come back down. I actually like this entry point even better, but step one, hit that entry, or hit that orange line. Come on. Okay, there we go. Okay, never mind. So that's why I like to wait for confirmation, because that was actually, there was no rejection there. I suppose I could try it. 100. At this point, I'm just going to wait up around that area. Clay, why don't you just get long? Fair question. I don't know. To me, the long just seems like chasing at this point. I mean, look at this move. A little bit of a pullback there, to be fair, but like other than that, I don't know. Oh, all right, Win It Life. Then you are not you are not who I thought you were. What kind of tent? I'm not into the Black Friday thing. My mom is hardcore, though. My mom is... okay. So I am a competitive person. I make the system work for me. So here's where I get that from. For those of you that were born in the 80s, you remember late 80s, 90s, Ninja Turtle toys were insanely hard to get. Insanely hard. In fact, I wish I had not opened them up. I wish I kept them in their packages because now they're worth a ton of money. But anybody here that was born in the 80s, child of the 90s, remembers Ninja Turtle toys were so hard to get. Does anybody remember that? Give me a 5. Anybody recall any of that age range? Shuby, Cascade, Zach, Tom. Okay. Nero, yes. Okay, Ninja Turtle. So... my mom, because she's, again, like I said, well, both my parents are like hustle and grind, like make it work. But like my mom is more the entrepreneur. My dad's kind of just grind. My mom's like, okay, let's think about this. So during Christmas of that year, my mom picked up a part-time job, just a seasonal, right? Because seasonally, especially back then, right? Maybe it's a little different now before Amazon and all that stuff, but people would hire seasonally. So she picked up a part-time job at Toys R Us just to get the inside track on those toys. So yeah, I had those toys. But that's just in my blood. Stop complaining and let's figure out the system. My mom was like, okay, well, what happens if I just get employed there? I'm going to have the inside track. And she did. I don't know how I got on that topic, but about the Black Friday stuff. That made me think of all that. I actually didn't like Ninja Turtles till recently. Well, I mean, I'm glad you changed your attitude towards life. Oh yeah, PlayStation 2, another one. I do remember that. My parents weren't. I did have Sega, and then I had Dreamcast. What was the other one? I don't think I never had a. What was Sega's version that was trying to compete with PlayStation? Then it wasn't. Dreamcast was a pretty big failure. No, Atari was a little before my time. It might have been during my time, but I would have been like young because I was born in '83. No, not Saturn. I did not have an Xbox. Sega CD. No. I don't know. Maybe I did have a PlayStation. I can't. Okay, I can stop talking to me. I mean, keep talking, but leave me alone because we got maybe a short here now. Okay, let's see what we can cook up. We'll right at the level. All right, I'm going to try go blindly here. Dangerous trade. I don't really have any confirmation of anything, but I am short. So if this thing just beast modes up, it'll be a losing trade. I'll take that out. Thank you very much. Thank you. Come again. So I went 3, added another 3, got the pullback, scaled out for I don't know how much I made there, but there we go. Genesis, Saturn, Dreamcast. It must have been Dreamcast then. It had to have been, yeah. But anyways, I did not play many video games growing up. I was not, well, not only was I not really allowed much, but I did so many sports that like I was the kid that would have to leave from soccer practice to go straight to baseball practice. That was like me. And then after that, I'd have to go to modeling practice since I'm so beautiful. And that was modeling for my toes. And then I'd go do another modeling shoot for my hands. And then the final modeling shoot would be for, the Speedo ads. So that's what my childhood consisted of. Odds are back in the 80s and 90s, if you saw, if like there was any advertisement that involved feet and toes, they were mine. By the way, Jim collects those ads from back then. That is not a legend, specialist. That is fact. Well, I mean, there's a lot of similarities. I mean, trading is probably the most competitive thing on earth. Like just Wall Street in general, right? Think about how competitive like just investing, trading actually is. Like you have to come up with ideas, but it's not like it's not like playing. I guess sports you can still bet, but like these decisions You have to come up with like, okay, I have an idea. Okay, cool. But this is the one business. This is one game, if you will, where you got to put your money where your mouth is. And some of these numbers are very big that people put their, behind things. What is the dotted yellow? That is the VWAP. Ant scalping. Fabio. Welcome, Fabio. Good to have you. Yes, that is the VWAP. That is the VWAP. All right, maybe if this thing comes up here, hits this yellow line, and then comes back down. Again, where's that yellow line coming from? Like I said, remember earlier when I mapped that out, that was just the top of this general channel right here. So, hey, look, the top of the channel, behaving like a top of a channel again. Well, I mean, my sports didn't lead me to trading. That was all kind of just an accident. But I think the sports and competitive nature helped me to enjoy trading. All right, here we go. All right, Clay got 3 certificates this morning. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Pure. Feeding some hungry kids. Code Clay feeds hungry children. So EFV Pure is a philanthropist. Blue one up, other 2 at... Okay. So it sounds like your policy with the tests is you just go aggressive. You're trying to get them passed as quick as possible. Is that a fair understanding? EFV Pure. All right, here we go. Up to that. Well, that kind of throws me off because now I don't really know where to put the entry point. I don't want to put my entry point all the way down there. But if a new candle can form here, so if this candle stays below the yellow line, next candle forms here, comes up, and then comes back down, and I can get my entry right around there, I'll take that. So this candle will move around for about another 20 seconds. What I'm using here is the 2-minute. So for any beginners, all that means is that each one of these candles moves for 2 minutes, and then a new candle starts to move. Whereas if I was on the 5-minute, that time frame, each candle would move for 5 minutes, and then another candle would start. Okay, we are cooking here. 3, 2, okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Buckle up. Let's see what we can cook up here. Come on, get a little bit above the yellow line. Good, I'll take that. Nope. Do I want my risk to... Now 17 points? No. I'll go 2, though. Wait. Oh, I lost track. Okay, there we go. You're going to give me another chance. If it comes up, I'll throw it out here. Again, because that one poked its head up a little bit higher, I'm going to reduce position size because my stop is actually going to be a little bit wider now. There we go. All right, there we go. Yep. So let's see if this wants to come down. Is it going to fill me or no? Yeah, I don't like how it's putzing around right now. All right, I would not have been filled anyways. So, all right, never mind on the short. I'm in again long. And where's your stop at Win at Life? Where are you in long and where's your stop? I appreciate you letting us know that you're in again long. So where's your long and where's your stop? Okay, Rob, a little intellectual humility would go a long way. You full well know that we're not headed anywhere. Now, we might be headed there. You think we're headed there. There's a possibility we're headed there. I'll accept all those slogans. But like I said, we are headed there. Dude, calm down. Calm down. Put the, just relax a little bit. Take care, EFE Pure. I don't know what that has to do anything with this. Again, surely you're not claiming that guarantees exist, Rob. Again, the point of contention are, do guarantees exist? Not whether or not you had winning trades. Again, that's market is pumping. That's my point of contention is, Don't talk as if guarantees exist because you and I both know they don't exist. So just be a little intellectually humble. Say you think it's plausible, you believe. Okay, stop is at 140. Okay, so you already got stopped out then. Because you told us that you were long, and then it came down. It definitely went below 140. Okay, so you got stopped out. Well, good risk management then. I've been trading pretty conservatively on my 50K as I improve. I actually climbed it out of the big hole. Oh wow, that is a big hole that you climbed out of. Good job, Evil. A lot of upper shadows here, so the sellers do seem to be showing up right around this area. Every time the bulls try to make a push, they keep getting smacked back down. Will it continue? That's the question. Hey, Gian. In 25, looking for... Thank you, William. There we go. That's so nice. He told us where he got in. Right now, he's in at 25... Oh, wait. What? Oh, 25.5. $25.15. Sorry, William. 150. Okay. There you go. Nice. Look at William. Now we can say to William, good job, man. You called it. Well done. So let me be proactive because I know what Rob Pope is waiting to do because he thinks it's somehow going to prove the point. It's going to hit 180 and it'll be like, see, I told you. But that has nothing to do with the fact of the point of contention. Guarantees existing or not. So there you go, Rob. That's what he's waiting for. See, I told you, as if that proves anything. All it does is it proves he was right. Does that prove that there's guarantees? I don't think that's his claim. Rob, are you at least going to make... Oh, of course, Clay. Guarantees do not exist. Can you make that claim? Or are you claiming that guarantees exist in the market? In terms of like the way you're talking. Oh, it's going to hit 180. Like that was guaranteed to happen? I don't think so. I'm thinking this is going to stop just short 25.06. Okay. Hey, Tony Gold. At this point, better chance of getting it on the way down than the way up. All right. We're not quite there, but I will say a very interesting level here on the 5-minute is that pink line, the 200 period simple moving average. You can see back here, it did reject the price. Does that mean it'll reject it again? Of course not, but it is the 200 period moving average. It does have a track record of rejecting the price. So guaranteed to lose? No. Well, I mean, yes, you are guaranteed to lose from time to time. Yes, that is why risk management is important, but I took that as like lose as in like fail utterly. Can you paper trade on Tradovate? Yep. I think they have like a 2-week demo or something like that. Hey, if you're enjoying, hit that like button. Would love to see us make a push up to that 100 like mark. So if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form, if you don't mind hitting that like button, that would be great. Again, they offer a 2-week demo. So as far as I'm aware, Tim, you have to do it through the demo. You can't just, like, for example, right now, I couldn't just all of a sudden start paper trading. Hey, Rafi, from Canada, if I remember right. Yes. Again, Tim, you have to. I don't think that's right, James. Tradeovate itself offers a 2-week trial, like 2-week demo. But as soon as you, like, through a prop firm, as far as I'm aware, I could be wrong, but I don't think there's anything I could do to all of a sudden start paper trading. Toronto. Okay, I remembered. From Canada. Short, 148. Okay, and where's your stop going to be at, Rumo? Gotcha, Versace. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Where's your stop at, Rumo? I'm worried. I'm worried when people give entry points, but not stops. All right, that maybe so, James. All I know is that, as far as I'm aware, because I'm through a prop firm right now, that through the prop firm and Tradeovate, I'm not aware of anything I could click that would allow me to just start paper trading. All right, here we go. A little bit of a look to buy a pullback here. Maybe a back test of this breakout point. Let's see. Want to let it come down. I'm going to start small, and then I'll buy some more here, and then just put my stop down here. So if this thing is wrong, yeah, it'll be a bigger loser than, I mean, it's not going to blow anything up. There we go. Okay, I'll take that quick little scalp. If it's going to give it to me that quick, I can always start over again. So if it comes back to the yellow line, I'll take the 1 again. Well, if it's a prop firm account, then yeah, think it's got to be personal, maybe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's got to be personal. What are you, William? What is your trade plan? Can you give us what is your current trade plan? What I want is I want to know what you're doing. That's what I want. And what are you talking about? 206 NQ. Nothing is at 206. I guess to be fair, this is the MNQ, but I'm pretty sure NQ did not get to 206. No, NQ did not either get to 206. William, I got a serious question for you, brother. Are you smoking crack right now? Okay, you wanted to go to 206 for what, a short or a long? That was his target price? I don't know. Long, I'm in at 151. Okay. And then where's your stop at, William? Thank you, Specialist. Glad you're enjoying. Again, keep an eye on that 200 period moving average on the 5-minute. We're still not quite there, but I have a 40-point stop. Okay. Just the right amount. Jimbo, how's your day going? Any more trades? Where you at, man? Jimbo avoided me this weekend. First weekend in a while I've not seen Jimbo. Totally avoided me. So I'm trying to get over that, but it is what it is. Just watching. Okay. All right. Well, again, we are on the 5-minute here. Getting close to that 200 period. So, again, not saying it will for sure reject, but anybody that's likes to try to take a swing at the double tops, potentially something right here. So just keep an eye on that dynamic. Again, that was a 5 minute. Right here, we're looking at the 2 minute. Well, eventually they'll move you to the Pro Plus anyways. I mean, in theory, then you could potentially bankrupt the firm. So, yeah, they will eventually move you to Pro Plus. The biggest plus is getting to keep 90% of what you make. You're looking to understand. Well, there's really not. So, specialist, what do you trade right now? I think I understand your thought process, but I think it's the wrong thought process, and I'll explain why. But what are you trading right now? I timed Jim out 2 times last week. You blame him? No, well, no, he avoided me like in person. Yeah, I could see that. Jim's wife does think I'm a jerk. For the record, unfortunately. I like Jim's wife, but she thinks I'm a jerk. Supposedly she listens to this too. So I don't know. If you're here, Jim's wife, feel free to defend yourself. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, Jim's wife thinks that I'm a jerk, which is shocking. I don't know how anybody could ever think that about me. I am just a bundle of roses. All right, still getting close. I'm interested in a short at the pink line. I'm trying to be disciplined and be patient and wait for it to get up there. All right, William. Good trade. Junior education, rich kid. I think we can do better than that. I think you can do better than that one versus ace. I think you can do better. I typically trade momentum, scalper. Well, no, I'm just asking. So you trade stocks? Is that what you're saying, specialist? Or stocks, or where do you trade momentum at? If it does want to come down to the yellow line, I will be interested down there again for a long. Stock Dad, you're such a... What do you mean you all? No, we have a variety of people here. Man, it's such a shame how people, they get trained by a certain somebody. They start to believe nonsense about, like, Stock Dad, if I remember right, he's the guy that says, like, there's this group that controls the market. And when you ask him to name this group, he's just like, well, it's just magical mysterial. And now he's sitting here, I forgot y'all. Who's y'all? We have a variety of people here. In fact, I can't deal with, we'll give him 10 minutes. He probably won't be back, but that's fine. Yeah, some call them market makers, but to think that they control the market is just very easy to prove not true. Yeah, right, exactly. The Illuminati, exactly. It's crazy. It's crazy. But dense are going to be dense. Okay, so specialists, in trading your stocks, what do you use as your tool to make decisions? I'm assuming you use charts. Yeah, again, William, but market makers do not control the market, as though, like, the market makers can't be like, okay, well, we want the price to go up, and then we want a nice little bull flag, and then we want the price. Like, market makers do not control the market. That's how I'm defining control. Some people appear to think that that's how market makers or big money or hedge funds, blah, 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 works. That's definitely does not how it works. Very easy to prove that too. Again, special. Yeah, charts. Okay, cool. So you're like, well, I got to understand futures. No, you don't. You're already 97% of the way there to trading futures. Why? Because you already use charts. So if you like bull pennants in stocks, guess what? Bull pennants exist in futures. If you like cup and handle patterns in stocks, those exist in futures too. So the only 3% you have to learn more is just how points work, right? Futures move in points, and those points are worth a certain dollar amount. So I'm just making this up. If 1 point is worth $100 and futures moves 5 points in your favor, guess what? You just made $500. That's the only thing. That's the only difference, is you got to understand the points. Besides that, it's just charts. Way too many people are like, oh man, yeah, I can see the power of Pam's plan. I can see why futures are awesome and why trading them through a prop firm is awesome. So where do I learn how to trade futures? Or where do I learn about futures? Or they have some idea that now they got to devote all. It's like, no, if you already use charts, you're 97% of the way there. And like I said, the other 3% is just the very easy understanding the points, which are, like I said, basically nothing. All right, maybe. I did say the yellow line. Now I'm being up. I don't know. This looks kind of. No Greeks and no, amongst much else, yeah. And that's all just the futures. Then once you start to factor in all the prop firm stuff, it becomes even more of a no-brainer. All right, Versace, I like that. Look at that. That's trade plan right out ahead of time. Good job. That's credit where credit's due. Oh, boy. I want to go long here. All right, I'm just going to. But that's not, like I said, I wanted the yellow line. If you're long here, I don't think you're crazy. I'm more so just doing on the principle of the matter. I said I wanted to wait. Then you use prop for. Oh yeah. I have to talk about that. I'll talk about. Remind me that I want to talk about one of the mods in here, Mark. How he got like a 4,000% ROI in a month with prop firms. Crazy stuff. Basically invested, aka bought $800 worth of accounts and turned those $800 of accounts. He did lose the accounts today. So his pro accounts did get roasted today. But that was after he, like I said, his total investment, his total cost was $800. But then before he blew up the accounts, he made, I can't remember, was it $18,000? I think $18,000, something like that. Crazy. Okay, I'm glad I did wait. I'm glad I waited, right? So there we go. This is why I'm being patient. I was thinking about it. That would have been, I don't know quite yet if it would have been a losing trade, but it would have been close. 38,000. Okay. Okay, William, you again are suffering from the world revolves around me-itis. I have no doubt at all that those levels for you and your strategy are probably good spots to go long. But remember, my friend, we're not all using your strategy. Yeah, and the thing with Mark is like he posts his gains. So like he's also part of my mentorship program. So he's part of the private community, not just the live stream, but the private community. So in the Discord chat, he posts his gains. So I mean, we know it's not just like some random guy saying, "Hey, I spent 800 and I turned that 800 into 38,000." No, it's like, no, he's documented along the way. Okay, nice recovery back up. You still technically green as far as over. Oh, I'm still. You get to pro, and then the gains just add up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just slow and steady. Oh, all right. Apologies then, William. I didn't know you were having a discussion with Tom G. If you don't mind, just so we can avoid that. If you don't mind trying to like tag the person, if you're replying to a person, tag it. Because I do try my best to interact with every comment. But if I see the @ and then a name, it's like, okay, I kind of deprioritize it because I realize, okay, that's just, which I love. I love to see members having conversation. Like, as many of you know, there's nothing more that warms my heart than to see members making fun of one another and having conversation. Because if you're making fun of one another, then that's a sign that, like, you're building a relationship, you're comfortable with that person. But yeah, if you don't mind that, William, that would be helpful. So, sorry to you. I didn't know you were talking to somebody specifically. Hey, Matt, man, good to see you. Okay, I think I got to take a swing at this if it comes back up. So I'm breaking my rules a little bit here. I'm not waiting for what I said I wanted to wait for, but this is just looking kind of interesting. Took one out. I don't like how it's putzing around here. So still could be a losing trade. It'll just be a little less because I wanted to kind of see it be going already. I still have two because maybe it's just a patient. Maybe it's a me problem and a lack of patience. But in my mind, I kind of should have went, which is, again, why I manage risk via position size, took one off, put a little profits in my, in the account. But again, the overall trade could still be a losing trade. But maybe it's just me not being patient enough. All right. Took another one out there for a loss. Still have one left. Oh, come on, man. I thought you were going to go. All right, I'm out of that one. So, it still might go. It's not like the chart has anything wrong per se, but I thought that was the move. Like, I thought I was catching something curling back up, and clearly it did not curl back up. But like I said, if you're just playing the overall pattern, the pattern's still there. It was just my premise was wrong. So, all right, that was a loser. And I guess in all actuality, I should have just waited. I said this whole time, wait for right there. But that was a nice setup. To be fair, had I just chosen Scalpy Scalp from the get-go, I had a Scalpy Scalp on it, but I thought maybe it did want to push back upwards. It didn't, though. I still do like it, though. I might take another swing if it can get up through. I want to leave that yellow line down there, but I don't know. No, if it can get up, what is that? Right around, 88. See if it can clear this little congestion point here. Hey, do we got 5 more likes out there? Would love to see this get pushed up to 100 likes. So if you are watching and enjoying in any way, shape, or form, and willing to hit that like button, willing to help us get up to that first or second key milestone of 100, that would be appreciated. Okay, now we're getting close to this area where I was originally thinking to get long. And I missed it. I had an order out there. I thought I was going to get filled, and I didn't. A little too slow on it. Hey, thank you, William. There we go. Now I see William's talking to verse ace. So, awesome. Thank you, William. Appreciate it. Doggone it. See. Sometimes you gotta just listen. Listen to your heart. Because had I listened to my heart, I would have waited for the yellow line. I would have had my order sitting down there. It would have come down there, filled me, and then bounced beautifully. But I decided to get cute and play that, which led to a losing trade. See? That's what happens when you don't. Well, congrats to anybody that was a little bit more disciplined. They're like, no, Clay, I see what you're seeing. I'd agree with that. But when I was doing all this, they're like, what? No, Clay. No, Clay, I don't blindly follow you. I'm thinking for myself. I disagree, good sir. I'm going to wait down here. Well, if that was you, congratulations. You're now in a winning trade. Because you listened to your heart when it was calling to you. You never know if you're going to get listen to your heart or got to have faith. That's true. Yeah. Those are kind of the two main trader songs available. Either listen to your heart or you got to have faith. If it does come back down there, I might take another stab at it. Or a freebird moment. Yeah, that's true too. Okay, got a buy order down there, green line. Mine is danger zone. Yeah, that might be a little bit sketchy. Because that one gets your adrenaline pumping, you know? That's the one before you know it. You start off at like, 1 MNQ, and before you know it, you're at 94. Okay, here we go. Coming down. See if it wants to fill me. And at this point, let's go down to VWAP. Good, green line here is my entry from the long side. Let's see if it wants to just poke down a little bit more. Or is it going to bounce right off that yellow line again? Where my original plan was, and then I changed. But I like VWAP here. Here we go. Oh, you rat. You little rat. Oh, so close, yet oh, so far away. All right, well, we're going to have one of those issues, huh? Whoa, what was that? That was delayed. There we go. You going to buy me an account, Tim, for me to go short on? Tim Molo? You buy me an account, I'll go short. Yeah, you want to buy me a 150K account? Go for it. I'll go short whenever you tell me to go short. And yeah, with the 150K account, I'll go short with 15 NQs if you want me to. Okay, Tim, no, you got to buy me an account, boy. That'd be kind of wild, John. Well, if you want me to short, I'm going to need an account. Whiskey is going to not do me any good. But if you want me to short, when you say to short, I'll do so if you buy me an account. Okay, there. That's good stuff there, William. Good intellectual honesty. Seems pretty liquid. Looks like. There we go. Not is. See, there's such a difference between just being intellectually humble and, dare I say, factual, because William is speaking in a way as if like there's no guarantees in the market, because William knows there are no guarantees. So just words like looks like, that makes you appear so much better as opposed to will be or is. Good job, William. Please take Rob Pope under your wing and show him how to Okay, so Tim is borderline getting ready for the timeout. Do you need a timeout, Tim? Does Timmy need a timeout? Let me know, Timmy. Sometimes we all need a timeout. I was in a timeout on Friday, I think. You do not care? Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes then. There we go. Little broke Timmy can go in timeout for 10 minutes. That was mean to call him broke. Well, I have evidence on he's broke. If you're going to tell me to do something, but then are too broke to buy me an account so that I can do what you tell me to do, well then, you're I don't know, that's a weird dynamic, brother. That's weird, Timmy. I think Timmy might have been here before under other names, but I don't know that for sure. Okay, we're at the 200. Goodness, I missed that one too. That's 3 in a row. I keep missing these things for the little bounces. I mean, it's my fault at the end of the day. I'm not blaming the market. That's on me. Is Jimbo's here, man? That's on me. That's on me. But this is starting to get frustrating. Exactly, William. That's the power of saying seems like. Again, in the pursuit of trying to sound all smart by like saying things will happen, that's go, that's go big or go home. Because if you're wrong, then you look like an absolute clown and lose all credibility instantly. Like, oh, this will happen, and then the exact opposite happens. It's like, okay, now you have that, you have the target painted on your back. It's just that says I'm a clown. Because nobody will ever forget it. But you're exactly right, William, and that's why. Because you talked, well, dare I say factually, intellectually, humbly. All right. Man, 3 in a row. My longs, I'm clicking the button too slow. I'm going to get rid of that level. I think it served its purpose for now. This one, though, is getting spicier and spicier. You got to think everybody and their brother's uncle is watching that now as a potential break. Next interested buy point down here at the orange line, which is the previous session close. We also have the purple line right there, which is the 50-period simple moving average. Not interested in the pink line anymore because now it would be buying after a failed bounce up, right? Because this candle at one moment was all the way up here. We were looking at a green candle, and now that has completely failed. So I'm not looking to buy into something like that. But if it does want to come down to that orange line, I'd be interested potentially in that. No, I mean, Stockdad, you're literally believing nonsense. It has nothing to do with controlling the prop firms. The prop firms, the image that you see, or the data, like if we were to look at a prop firm and like the data you're trading versus the market and what that data is, it's the same. Prop firms are mimicking the market. So the market is mimicking whatever that algorithm is. That makes literally no sense what you're saying. Now, if there wasn't, if like, let's just say you went into prop firms and like you were trading just a market that was completely different than like the real world market, well then yes, I can see there's an algorithm that's like just creating this market. But like, no, the prop firm market, if you were to look at the, like this chart and then match it up to like, the futures chart for this, the market, like it's the exact same thing. You're talking as if the prop firm data or the prop firm's charts are completely different than what like a live chart would be. Incorrect. That's just not true. So whoever is making you lead to believe all this stuff, Stock Dad, is selling you a bill of goods that you apparently are buying hook, line, and sinker. All right, to buy the trend line break or to not to buy it? That is the question. Is anybody buying that trend line break? No, the platform I'm using is 2 layers. Layer number 1, I'm in a prop firm. That prop firm is Take Profit Trader. If you go to the link above, that'll take you to Take Profit Trader. And then through that prop firm, I'm using Tradeovate. Ooh, I'm kind of tempted to take a swing at it. Looks kind of juicy. Looks kind of juicy. Especially in the 5 minute. 5 minute looks like it might want to curl back upwards. Gold at an interesting level. Exactly, TM McCoy. Exactly. Just because you're trading in a simulated environment, think about the word simulated. It is simulating something. What is it simulating? It's simulating the actual market. It's not just doing its own thing. If it was doing its own thing, then I agree. There would be an algorithm that's creating this separate market, but it's not. By definition, it is simulating something else. What is the something else? Well, the true market. So therefore, it's the same patterns, it's the same everything. Therefore, it's not being controlled by anything. All right, well, no breakout there. Glad I waited for some sort of confirmation because very clearly that confirmation never showed up. I don't know, Nick G, because again, I'm same with you. I also use TPT, and Take Profit Trader is not associated with them at all. Good job, TPT management, to avoid that train wreck. But yeah, from my understanding, Project X was this firm that I don't like, and here's the reason why I don't like them. There's all sorts of sketchy stuff going on, and Project X is their newest iteration of it. So, but yeah, I don't know because we're in the same boat, Nick G. I literally only use Take Profit Trader as my prop firm, and they're not attached. They never joined up with Project X, so they, as their email said this morning, yeah, no drama here. But I think in a nutshell, Project X has just been a clown fiesta. They got a bunch of people upset because I don't know. Exactly, patient trader. Exactly. Yeah. So for Stock Dad or whatever, for him to be like, no, there's a certain company that has the algorithm that controls the prop firm data. It's like, wait, what are you talking about? That's just completely false. Yeah, it's a platform, Nick G. It's a platform. Man, Treadline still doing work. Another rejection right off it. Okay, we're gonna. Whoa, hey, did not mean to do that. We'll keep watching it though. Well, again, I'm not saying that Project doesn't have like nice little features. I'm just saying holistically, it's got problems, and I'm glad that Take Profit Trader did never attach themselves to that. But yeah, I don't know for sure, but I have no problem accepting the fact that I'm sure they do have some cool features. But cool features are only cool if the whole platform as a whole is working. Yeah, no, yeah, hybrid FN. You will agree with me once you get into Take Profit Trader. I've yet to meet anybody that has used other prop firms and then tries Take Profit Trader and then complains about daily payouts, complains about being able to request as much money as you made. Right? Some prop firms you can make 5,000, but well, you can't request all 5,000 right now. You can only request 2,000. Now, to be fair to those prop firms, eventually you will get paid. But with Take Profit Trader, it's like In the pro accounts, oh, if you made 5,000, you can request 5,000. Again, never mind, Stock Dad. I am talking about you think that there's somebody that can like controls the market, like can control the price action. That's what I'm getting at. And at one point you're like, yeah, and I guess you're naming this firm. Like that's a firm that controls the price action somehow. That is just blatantly false. That's what I'm pushing back against. In fact, now that I think about it, dude, if you're just going to keep moving the goalposts, well, yeah, maybe come back in 24 hours. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Take Private Trader. That's why I like him for the new person because, you know, that a very clean set of rules. None of this 30% consistency rule stuff. And that's not, you know, in the pro accounts too. So, yes, clean set of rules. All right, here we go. Maybe there's... Look at the 5 minute, though. I mean, come on. 5 minute continually bouncing off the 21 EMA. It's like, that's got to mean a breakout's coming, right? Right? I think I have to take a swing at it. Because, like, guarantees exist, don't they? Okay, I'm in. Maybe it's about to sucker me in. If it is, then so be it. No. Get back up there. Come on. Oh, you rat. Hopefully we can get a bounce off VWAP here. Okay, my stop's right there. Either it holds VWAP and breaks or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, then I'm out. But I was playing the breakout, so I'm not going to give this thing a whole big wiggle room. I'm about to get stopped. You dirty rat. Oh, well. I tried. All right, Tim is just getting banned now. He's a confirmed troll. He'll be back again. I know for sure he was here on other names, but all right, let's see here. Man. Again, I had the scalpy scalp to be fair, but I want a little bit more. Yeah, take Private Trader, especially with these fast payments now. They're in fact, I emailed my contact on Saturday. I was like, "Hey man, like great job. I can't believe I requested a payout Saturday morning and I got paid later that Saturday morning." I'm like, "If you guys keep this speed up, like you're gonna go to the I mean, in my opinion, they're already the best, but like they're gonna like literally take over the business if they can keep that up." I did say like, but you got to get your customer service back to how it was. Since you're a little bit slower and, you know, they're like, yeah, you're that, you know, they didn't acknowledge you're working on it. They're working on it, but growing pains. It's hard to keep up when you're growing and stuff like that. But agreed, Juan. Agreed. Hey, Rafi, thank you. Now, the most important question, Rafi, is did you use code CLAY when you bought? Did you feed hungry kids? Maybe, Soren. Maybe. You could do that, but the problem is if you wait for it to close above the line, what happens if it closes above the line way up here? You kind of missed the breakout. How much is TPT paying you? I get paid if you use code CLAY, but I'm not getting paid from TPT like I'm not on salary or anything like that, Saul. So calm your sweet little, or is it, Saul, is it maybe possible that others talk about TPT too because they're actually just a good prop firm? Is that at least possible, Saul? Let's see how intellectually honest Saul will be. I do admit that maybe everybody or lots of people are talking about TPT because they're like being paid by TPT like salary. I admit that's a possibility. But is it also possible that people are just talking about them because they're just actually good? Is that possible, Saul? Yeah, I've never had a weekend payout before. Usually I'd request them Saturday morning and then I get them Monday morning. But sure, kind of. Well, thank you. I'm glad you are admitting that. Why are you being angry and defensive? Because it's a live stream, Saul. And there's, believe it or not, Saul, there's lots of trolls. And I'm not a perfect human, Saul. So sometimes trolls, they get under my skin. So that's why I'm being angry and defensive, because I'm a human being that is flawed and is not perfectly patient all the time. I'm working on it, though, Saul. Hopefully that was an honest enough answer. You requested Friday, got it. Sorry to hear. I mean, Anthony, when you look like you do, Anthony, I don't blame them. Like, I'm surprised they got it to you that quick. Thank you, Mark. Yes, Mark is a philanthropist feeding hungry kids. Again, Code Clay feeds hungry kids. I do have 6 kids, and they are hungry. I can assure you of that. So you are feeding hungry kids if you use Code Clay. I want to buy this again, but I will be honest, my ego is very large right now. I'm like, well, I don't want to get tricked again. That'd be embarrassing. So my ego is preventing a potentially very nice trade here, which is why you should never really trade with an ego, but it is what it is. Normally, yeah, no. I mean, I should have, but like I said, full transparency, the live stream ego voice was like, dude, you don't want to look stupid again and get fooled twice. And then there's where it went. Well, congrats to anybody that took that breakout. That was actually the true one. I requested a payout Friday night and was processed about an hour ago. Nice, Mark. Hamid is short at 40. Where's your stop at, Hamid? Oh, come on, Hamid. Give me an entry, but no stop. That's dangerous, brother. That's dangerous. You're playing with fire. All right, I'm going to try a long there at the green line if it wants to come back up. Stopped out. All right, Hammond. Again, looking to get long at the green line if it wants to come back up. I mean, the 5-minute looks like it just wants to curl upwards. I mean, this is looking... That's a nice looking chart to me, but we'll see. Like I said, that was only if it comes back up to the green line. So if it comes all the way down here, well then, it is what it is. Code Clay. Alexis, it should be at the top of your screen. At the top of your screen, it should say get 50K buying power for only 102. Claytrader.com/take profit code Clay. All caps. Can people confirm? Is that banner at the top? I think it shows for me that it is, but there's always a possibility that maybe there's an error with YouTube. I don't know. Do people see that banner at the top of the screen? They do see it? Okay, thank you. All right, well, on this point, never mind as it pulls all the way back down. All right, cool. Thank you, Alexis. But yeah, there you go. Code Clay, all caps. Okay, I'm going to try a long right here. See if it wants to bounce up off of the pink line, which is the 200 period set moving average. In. And a potentially really terrible fill. I mean, it filled me and then dropped straight back down. Again, blue line, I am long. Good night. It's 1:30 here. Oh, that's right. You said you're in Romania. Yeah. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Come on, bounce, brother. Oh, that's a nice little candle there, forming. Will it continue to form, though? That's the question. Okay, I'm going to try to trust these areas here. I'm getting a little aggressive on this one, but like I said, trying to trust. Dangerous trade, risky trade. Okay. Can we get this thing to bounce up off these levels here? Or is just not... The 5 minutes got all sorts of supports here too. So if it doesn't... Wow. Is it really going to just cut through all this stuff even on the 5 minute? I'm looking at... When I turn my head, I'm looking at the 5 minute over there. Try not to let it spook me out here, but... Trying to trust the 5 minute. But it is not... This is one where it's like... Seems like I'm going to get stopped out at the lows here, but at some point I got to wave the white flag. All right, got to get out. Doggone it, man. 5 minute, like I said, it came down to all these levels, and I thought, okay, it'll at least give me a bounce off, because we kind of have it a double whammy. We had the previous close. We had the 50 period right there. It just did not care. Did not care. In my mind, this was still a pullback within kind of the general overall. So I thought I was playing basically the bottom part of this bull flag. Like, okay. So I had the bottom part of the bull flag. I had the previous session close. I had the 50 period simple moving average. All those areas there that I thought I could get confident with. And I did get confident. But yeah, it didn't care. It did not care about any of those levels. So therefore, a painful loss. But one of those where if it bounces, then I'm looking at a very, very nice winner. But it is what it is. If this bounces up, I might have to put myself in a timeout. Because that will be very irritating. I mean, no offense if you're long right now, but I want to see this thing just dump. Because at least if it dumps, I'll be able to play the game. Hey, Clay, good job protecting your account. You would have totally roasted it had you gotten fancy. So yes, Clay, as annoying, as painful as that was, it could have been way more painful. So that's why right now, just please dump. Again, no offense if you're long right now. But goodness. That 5 just did not care. That is all right, though. You know, last week I had a very, very, very good week, and I was confident in some trades. I was aggressive in some certain trades, and they worked out. And if you were on the live stream last week, you saw it was a good week. It was a good week. But yes, sometimes just because you love a chart, you're trusting the chart, you're aggressive with the chart because you're confident. There are no guaranteed wins, and that was one where please go back down. Wow, like I said, at this moment, that was such a nice looking chart. Pulled back, look at it, beautifully respecting the 21. All these nice little hammer candles, and then boom, rough. Now, if you looked at all that and you saw a short somewhere, hey, I guess more power to you, but that was not me. Okay, good. Yes, please just come down. Okay, Rob. I'll take that. Nothing but respect. Rob's giving us a trade plan ahead of time. He needs the price to come up here to 25,100. Okay. His stop loss. Okay. So Rob looking for a move back up. I don't want to speak for him completely, but I'm assuming he's trying to play some sort of bear pennant, bear flag, but he wants to see the price come up towards this part of the pattern. So that's why it's so much better when people give a trade plan ahead of time. You can, have a much better idea of what they're essentially looking at. Man, these are the moments where you just got to remind yourself it's worth it. You can't have good, solid green days if you're not willing to risk having some of these days. But think about it, I'm still green on the day. I'm actually still green pretty nicely. Not nearly as green as I was, but you can't have the bigger green days if you're not willing to potentially have days like this where it just doesn't work out. Rob, you got to tell us ahead of time, man. You can't type all that out when the candle's already done. Come on, Rob. All right, well, I'm glad I did get out where I did, because now that account, had I gotten fancy and all that, I'd be roasted. Exactly, Versace. Come on, Rob. Well, I'm not up 845. This is the same account. I'm up. So these are my NQ trades, and then these are my MNQ trades. So I'm not up 845. I'm up 845 minus that. Thank you, Robin. I mean, you can call me too cynical, and maybe I am, but also hopefully you're at least are willing to put yourself in my shoes. But the internet is too easy for people just to show up and say stuff in hindsight. So that is why I prefer, like, if I'm going to celebrate with somebody and I'm going to cheer somebody on, I need to see the numbers like ahead of time. Clay, you're such a cynic. Guilty. But I've been, started the YouTube channel in 2013. So it has made me cynical. I'll just put it that way. It has made me cynical. I hear you, Rob. No, that's fine. I'm just saying that it's kind of like, the bad apples kind of ruin it for everybody else. But I will also say I know it's completely possible for people to give trade plans and not be like, I couldn't type. Like, I don't know. I've had Versace. She gives trade plans ahead of time, no problem. But again, I am a cynic. YouTube has turned me that way. The internet has made me the way I am. I got to be careful right now. I don't know. I'm at like that. I'm at like the gray area of, am I just like forcing trades now and revenge trading because I'm still a little irritated, or is this like a good trade? I don't know. So I'm just gonna watch. I think I want to go long with the stop below those lows, but I don't know if that's actually wise or not. Because I'm potentially a little, not potentially, I am irritated, but it's the question of, am I irritated enough where it's actually starting to convolute my chart vision? How do I get a beautiful face like you? Drink raw milk is step one. Second, find yourself a good meth dealer, and then there you go. Pretty straightforward. Uh-oh, Kevin Kincaid is on full port tilt. Uh-oh, Kevin Kincaid. Careful. Careful. %61% is holding, but is that enough? I'll talk to him, Reward. I wonder how good the AI is. Does the AI think we're being serious right now, or is it like picking up on sarcasm? I don't know. No, Matt, you should go full port tilt. Okay, Kevin, will you buy me an account and I'll go for full port tilt? Do we have a deal? All right, yeah, you buy me an account. You have it transferred over to me with Take Profit Trader, and I will full port tilt. We'll call it the Kevin account. There it is, Kamish. There it is. Okay, I'm interested right now because the 5 minute, we do have this hammer. So down around here, I mean, this is where the buyers were last time. So if it wants to come down a little bit more, might try a long. Have I ever received an account? Yeah. Well, no, not a. Sam, way back when, he bought me an account, and I did a challenge on the YouTube channel. It was the YOLO challenge. He was like, dude, I'm going to buy you a 100K account, and I want you to just YOLO the thing. So, yeah, somebody. So, I don't know if Sam is a fan. He's a member of the community. But, yes, I have before. Okay. Went long there. Trying to trust the 5 minute hammer. Like I said, this is mainly based off of the 5 minute time frame, but as always, just watching it on the 2 minute here. Might add in a couple more here. Add in another 4. Watching the 5 minute pivot point. Okay, in. See if we can push up above that blue line. Looking for the bounce off the pivot on the 5 minute. Come on. All right. Blue line is teasing me. Out there for that 170. What? How many did I have? 24. Did I buy 24? I had 28. Oh, dude. I don't know. I gotta figure something out. I did that last week. I gotta make sure that I double click to highlight the whole thing. I was like, how did I get? It's like, how did I don't know. How that was like $20 trade. I was like, how did I make one? That doesn't make. Oh boy, I only had 4. Wait, what? Wait a second. Somebody said I had 28. Somebody said I had 4. I had 4. I thought I had 28. Now I'm confused. Position was 28. Okay. No, that wasn't last Friday. I don't think. But yeah, last week I had one where I was in 94 contracts. Goodness. That's probably related to, yeah, it could be. Right before, okay. Yeah, that one. I think that one might have been intentional though. So we are on the 5-minute, right at the pivot point here. So that's what I was looking for a bounce off of, and I did get a bounce enough to pull off the scalp, but at this point, the overnight low is approaching, so I don't know if that might be the key area or not, but that's what I'm going to keep an eye on. Hey, John. Versace, last warning. No, I didn't say she hated me. I said she thinks I'm a jerk. No, Versace, you know full well that that's absolute nonsense you're believing and spewing. It's remarketed nonsense. Taught by somebody that is built upon a lie. Okay? The framework from which you learn that is coming from a source that is built upon an absolute lie. And it's very easy to prove the lie too. So don't say, oh, come on. No, I'm not going to allow that nonsense in here. All right, I need a break from Rob. He was so good. He was doing so good. We'll give him 30 minutes. Earlier he was saying it might, he thinks, and now he's saying it will. Why are people like where like in their life? What do they lack? They seek confirmation here. They seek like, look at me. I said it will happen and it did. Look at me, I told you so. You know, the I told you so mentality. Do we have any psychologists in here? Like, where does that come from? My guess, and I'm not a psychologist, but my guess is they're either in a dead-end job where they think they could get more acknowledgement, but they don't. I don't know. They're seeking attention. They're seeking, they desire to say, see, I told you so. So do we have any psychoanalysts here? Any psychologists? I studied psychology. It's to do with a fragile ego. Yeah, that makes sense. Like you say things in a way so that you can come back and say, see, I told you so. You're just a psycho. So that's a deep philosophical thought, though. Does a psycho know they're a psycho? Right, the same. If somebody says they're a chronic liar, are they a chronic liar? There's another one. That'll make your head hurt. If somebody tells you they're a chronic liar, are they? G Ford Trading is a psychoanalyst. Okay, well, so what creates the desire to say I told you so? Where does that come from? I am right, you are wrong. Yeah, you're right. Narcissism. I'm not a thief. I'm a kleptomaniac. A dishonest man you can always trust to be dishonest. It's the honest ones you have to look out for because you never know they might do something stupid. No, that's good. But again, I don't know if that was in reply to if somebody tells you they're a chronic liar, are they a chronic liar? You know, I don't know. Okay, here we go. Get that off of 24. Goodness. Took my first trade ever today on NQ watching your videos and I made 230 seconds. Bree? Be very careful. First ever trade and you're trading NQ. I mean, buckle up. Buckle up. You might want to try with like MNQ. I mean, I'm glad it worked out, but beginner trader NQ is okay. Okay, you're playing ball. You're playing ball. I'm not sure it's smart, the type of ball you're playing, but you are playing ball. All right, here we go. Do we get some sort of bounce off the overnight low? Hey, Chameleon, good to see you. But hey, welcome to the world of future. And I hope you're doing it through a prop account. Are you in a prop firm, Bree? Please don't tell me that was done with like Robinhood or TOS or something like that with your own funds on the line. Because then that is super, super risky. Oh, that's very sad that you're with that company. I got to delete that out. I don't like that company's name in here. That's very sad. Regardless, though, I would say to not be doing, I mean, my opinion, but as per the context, if you're new, I don't know if you're new to trading or just, now definitely if you're new to trading, I would say NQ is like, Well, I don't know specials. I'm not saying like if you use it just for charts, fine. But if you're using TD Ameritrade as your broker, that means you're trading your own funds. And if you're trading your own funds, you're risking your own funds. And there are definitely better ways to do it from a risk management. Don't risk your own funds if you don't have to. Came back and saw a chart, market shorted for 30 points. Hey, congrats, Nicholas. I mean, I'm not lying to myself. I'm looking to catch a knife. I'm just trying to be smart about it. But yes, I'm in knife catching mode right now. Because a short down at this moment seems like a total chase. Yeah, I trade my own funds. Yeah, that's Pam's plant. You're going about things in a way riskier way than it needs to be. Yeah, you sound very open-minded and open to learning, so that's good. That's good. Nice job, PS. Maybe a double bottom breakdown. I don't know what a double bottom breakdown is. Because if it broke down, it can't be a double bottom anymore because it's no longer a bottom because it broke down. From $500 daily payout. Oh, no. Yeah, the dump. Well, I guess no, the dump could have really gotten me. I got long around here, and then cut the loss somewhere right around here. So in hindsight, I'm glad I cut that loss because, yeah, that would have been bad. Nice, Landon. I love it. So the streak continues then. Because you're doing the racehorse model, which is proof of the racehorse model. You can keep the streaks like that going. Can I get the mic drop if we get to 24,960? What would be the mic drop? Why would that be a mic drop? I must have missed something. What is mic drop worthy of 960? This white line down here is the low of the day. So for the double bottom people, did you map that out ahead of time, Kong, that you're getting short at 25,200? If you map that out ahead of time, then yeah, I'll give you a shout out for sure. Weekly channel of ES broken. Can't see it in the past. Oh, how convenient, Kong. How convenient. No, I believe you. I believe you. Great call. We are not the same though. You are definitely a sway trader. So I'm guessing you make what, like 2 trades a day, maybe? And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but yeah, if your targets are hundreds of points, then that means you're willing to sit there for hours on end if need be. Again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but that is not my cup of tea. Already DCA'd my long 5 times at 972. 972 is your average, Brian? Hopefully that's what you mean, because if so, you're basically in the green. You are in the green now, if that's what you meant. Well, yeah, technically it's not swing trading because he's not holding anything between sessions. So that's why we call it sway trading. He's like a combination of a day trader and swing trader. I am not a sway trader. If you're a sway trader, cool. But that's not me. Joss, I appreciate the vote of confidence, but my friend, go talk to a local tax professional. No, I mean, I get it. The traditional definition of swing trading is you're basically holding for days or maybe a couple weeks. But like in futures, you can't do that. But given a futures day is 23 hours long, then yeah, I mean, you could theoretically hold something for 17 hours, and it's still not technically a swing trade per se, but it is a very long hold of a trade. I now need $83. Good job, Ty. But good job, Kong. Good job. I know you are, you're not, I recognize the name, so you're not just trolling around. So well done, sir. Well, did it hit 960? Oh, no. Don't do that to Kong. I don't think it hit it. Oh, it got so close. But I think this move I would think this one's going to hit 960. In fact, in some ways, I kind of want to short. Let me just put my stop up here, and if this thing either is going to continue or it bounces up and takes you out, but can you sway trade in a prop firm? Yeah. Well, that's what a prop firm is forcing you to be a sway trader, because you can't technically swing trade because you have to be all out by 5 p.m. Eastern. But yes, with the futures market, you could, in theory, grab a trade at 6 p.m. Eastern when that session opens and then hold it all the way to the next day at 4:59 p.m. Eastern and get out. So you could hold technically something 23 hours. There you go, Kong. There is 960 hit. Check your text, Jim. Clay, be honest. Have you ever blown fun? I'm not going to justify that with an answer. Why are you being so mean? Because this person's been here for like months and months and months. I know they know the answer to that. I know they know the answer to that. Okay, hammer here. Okay. Whoa, that was a quick turnaround. Yeah, real traders don't use stop losses and they don't blow accounts. I've never blown a single account ever. Those times on the live stream where you've seen blown accounts, that's actually called a magic trick. That didn't actually happen. Wow, okay. Okay. Too much selling pressure. I will trade tomorrow. Why not just go short? Okay, okay. Yikes. Well, that's why it's always scary to chase the short. To be fair, yeah, chasing there worked. Chasing there worked. Chasing there worked. Chasing there probably didn't work. Chasing this breakdown here definitely did not work. I think it is more a range market. Shorting will. Okay. Well, Raphael, do whatever you think's best. Do what you got to do. Hey, what in the world just happened there, boys? The sooner you start with altcoins, the sooner you'll see profits. That's like saying the sooner you start smoking meth, the healthier you'll get. What kind of logic is that? That's probably a bot. So I'm like laughing at a bot. I get it. I'm okay. Anyways. President, world secret government. Oh, wow. Some people just, they go to lengths to try to make themselves just seem so important. Amazing. Probably a bot. I'm guessing a bot. Yes, that is the best way to do it, specialist. Well, now I really don't know what to think. It was looking so strong, and then just like that, gone. So these sorts, and all of this happened on bigger volume too. So I'm not, I don't know. All right. I'm gonna cook. Let me cook. Let me cook. Well, I was thinking, yeah, I don't want to do 5. Again, this is a very big range. You got to be careful. On days like this, you could be looking like, oh, look, my stop is oh so small, but then that could still be like 15, 20 points. You gonna give us a trade plan, Kyle Murray? Oh, okay. Never mind. Disregard. I see what you're saying. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, I'm gonna try to short at the red line there. I'm in. Took one out. Took another one out. So let's make sure this is a winning trade, and then I'm just going to start to drag it down, follow it. Just in case there is another plunge to the downside. I'm prepped and ready to take advantage. If it's not, oh well, still a green trade. I'm going to wait for it to get down through the 60 mark before I think about moving my stop. That's probably a little bit too. Yeah, let's start to lock in bigger gains now. And stopped out there. All right, there we go. Short 31, target pro. All right, John, I like it. Had a nice day today. Happy. All right, John, glad you had a good day. Friendly reminder, hit that like button if you have not yet. Going for our next milestone of 150 likes. So if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form, and have not hit that like button, if you don't mind doing so, it would be appreciated. If you're new and you've never been here, welcome. Great to have you. No need to hit the like button. I understand you have no idea if you're going to enjoy this, but if you have, hey, good job, Orville. Just the consistent little... Who's a little train? Thomas? Is that Thomas the Train? You're like Thomas the Train, just nice and little consistent. I think I... yeah, Thomas the Train, is that I think I can? I think I can. I think I can. Wow. All right, well, I was positioned. I was ready for this thing to come down, but it definitely did not. Up it went. Waiting for a pullback to break. Roger that. Probably, Jim. Probably. I'm thinking another short here. Kind of curious about that trend line, though. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, this candle here got obviously smacked back down. This candle here is pretty strong. I just don't know if I believe it because the overall trend is still very strongly down right now. But yeah, maybe you see something else and it makes you believe in this green candle. I'm not quite there yet from the long side. You're going to try a short at the red line if it comes back down. There it is. Take that out for a little scalpy scalp there. I'm trading the P&L right now, which is very wrong. Very wrong of me. I'm like, all right, let me just take a bunch of little scalpy scalps and let me just chip away because I want to get this green. That's. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with scalpy scalps. What I am saying is this, though. If you're taking scalpy scalps because you're trading the P&L, that's no good. If you're taking a scalpy scalp because you believe the chart is requiring a scalpy scalp strategy management-wise, cool. But there's a big difference between the chart dictating you taking a scalpy scalp versus the P&L dictating you take a scalpy scalp. So, and that's what I'm doing right now, if I'm honest with myself. I'm like, okay, let's just get this back to green, slow and steady. And it's like, well, no, that's that's not really the right reason to be doing what I'm doing there. Because really, I should probably still be in. Probably could have gone anyway, but I am without doubt. I'm watching that number and trying to let's first just bring it back to green. That's not good. Salty War Pig, where have you been? I always blow my accounts in the middle of the day. I'm not saying I don't believe you, Salty War Pig, but I would just encourage you to check, make sure that's not a confirmation bias. Are you sure that's the case, or is that just confirming a bias you have? It could be true. But either way, it's good to see you. Been a while since I've seen that name. Ain't no fun day in a Monday? I don't know about that, brother. In hindsight, though, I suppose the scalpy scalp was the right. It was the right way to go about it, but I did not arrive at that for the right reasons. Again, why is trading the P&L very dangerous? Because let's say this gets to like, I don't know, minus 12. Now all of a sudden I'm going to be like, okay, let me try to make $12 more. And then I'm going to be out there, like, what kind of life choice is that? Like, I could sit there on my computer for like another 2 hours so I can try to make another $12. Now all of a sudden, what have I done in my time? I've just tried to work for $6 an hour. Like, what time management wise, no good. So crazy buffering. Has anybody else had buffer? I don't know what they're talking about. Has the live stream been buffering? Or is that just for T. Cooper? As far as I can tell, the internet is fine. Nope. Yeah, T. Cooper, I'm thinking that might be on your end, brother. Oh, you have buffering? Okay, interesting. I buffered as well. Okay. Well, as far as I can tell, the internet, or let me try an order. Yeah, that was instant. So the telltale sign last week, what was that, Wednesday, was my orders like being all delayed. And I thought it was the platform. And then somebody was like, it might be your internet. And then famous last words, oh no, it's definitely not my internet. And it was my internet. Oh, the number changed. Still a good trade, though. I think you're talking to somebody else. Yep, just skipped on me, but I have Windows 10 still. Okay, well, I apologize if it's buffering. I don't know what to tell you. All right, I might be trying another short down here, looking for potential, breakdown through the lower trend line. Trying to trust maybe now this bear pennant. Do we get? Now, I'm not waiting for confirmation, though. Waiting for confirmation would be more so a break below here. I'm trying to anticipate the break of that yellow line. Okay, let's read. If it wants to come back up again, maybe I can try. Shout out to my wife. She made lasagna last night and put... Oh, yeah, let's go. Yeah, no. Cream cheese, that's a way to go about it, boy. I think, yeah, I'm going to try. I'm going to give it a swing. If it wants to come down to that red line. We'll see if the bear pennant wants to deliver. Put my first target there. All right, here we go. Bear pennant. Let's see if it wants to play out. Looks indecisive. Fair enough. For me, I'm thinking the bears look like they might be a little hungry. We'll see. Five-minute, I'm liking. Oh no. Tin whistle practice has started. F it opening long. All right. Raphael is long. With all due respect, I hope you're wrong and you're long because I'm short right now. No offense. Come on. I could be taking the scalpy scalp. Maybe I should be, but I'm trying to trust. I'm trying to have faith. Come on. Oh, no. There we go. Good. Put my stop there, so this will be a winning trade now no matter what. In fact, let's move this target down. Oh, come on. Give me some follow through. Give me, not if it's a fake break, then I want out anyways. And it is maybe a fake break. Come on, get back below there. Again, it'll be a green trade now no matter, doggone it. See, those are always frustrating. Because now I'm like, I should have just pulled it all off right there. But yeah, well, what happens if right there I pulled it all off and then it plunged? Then I'd be like, why did I take it all off right there? At the end of the day, my habits were good. I managed it. Think about it. I had myself positioned. If this thing was going to break down, I had 4 contracts to enjoy the ride. But it didn't. But still a green trade. So also the lesson there, you don't have to be perfect in your trade plans. Think about it. I was right enough. I was thinking that it would want to deliver, and I'm defining deliver by giving me some follow through. But yeah, it did not deliver. It's completely fake break and snap back up, but was still a green trade. But frustrating nonetheless, because yes, in hindsight, I would have had more had I just scalped out down there. But again, that's all hindsight, because had it collapsed and I scalped out, I'd be like, man, why did I scalp out? Why didn't I give it a chance? But I was positioned to take advantage of the move if it happened, but it just didn't happen. So it is what it is. Hey, can we get 3 more likes? Let's get this up to 150. Well, I mean, Nate, that's fine, Nate, but I could also say to you, hey, Nate, look at the 2-minute. We have this bear pennant. It's getting ready to break down, right? You're not wrong. I'm not denying that at all from the 15-minute. I'm just saying, me saying to you, but Nate, look at the 2-minute. We have the bear pennant looking like it's going to break down. That just shows that, like, at the end of the day, like, we all kind of have our little different angles and different things we're considering. You're in agreement? Well, I mean, but let's just for example's sake, Nate, let's say we were in disagreement. Like, I'm for you, I'm saying I can totally see how we could be in disagreement if you're looking at the 15-minute and I'm looking at the 2-minute. Like, that makes sense to me how, again, I realize we're not in this situation, but for example's sake, that makes sense how we could both be in disagreement. Okay, you little bear pennant, being kind of a little dirty rat here. Oh, there you go. Anybody in short right now? Give me a 2 if you're in short. In my mind, the battle right now is the breakdown of the 30-minute range versus... Oh, yeah, I can't say I'm looking at too much of the 30-minute. All right, good. Congrats to you shorts. Well done. Well done. I would have. Okay, hey, I appreciate it. Like, I would have, but I'm actually not. I like the clarification there. Specialist Incorporated. Stick around. I think you're going to fit in just right around here. Short 2. And where's your entry and stop at, Mike? Uh-oh, Mike. 24 now. Oh, wow. Okay, you're only looking for like 70 points. Okay, Mike. Sort of want to take another swing at it now with the break of these lows. With the break of right here, would that kind of confirm that this bear pennant does want to pick up some momentum? So break of this low here with a target of minimal, the white line, which is just the low of the days. But I don't know if that's a good enough target. Might be, but I'm not quite sure I'm convinced. I kind of want to take a swing at it. That doesn't look bad at all. I'm going to get rid of that line there as I think, served its purpose. Yeah. 960. That does seem to be almost, is that the new golden goose to really get this thing headed down to lows? I don't know. I'm thinking out loud. I don't know if I'm totally convinced, but yeah, 960. That might be an interesting level. Oh, John's getting long. Okay. John's like, no, Clay, I'm getting long, brother. I don't think he's long yet, though. No, he's not yet. He's at 57, so he's waiting to see if this thing wants to come down. Too scary for me to get long, but, I mean, if you're getting long, I don't think you're crazy. I get it. The price been down here several times before and has bounced. Of course, that doesn't mean it'll bounce again, but, like, I get the logic. John's not quite long yet. Watching 496. Okay. It's the stalling for me. Yeah. Again, I don't blame. I would not say somebody's crazy if they're getting long here. I'm not going to do it because I'm more bearish, but like I can understand the logic of a long. Because to be fair, yes, the longs have bounced it several times from here, and then will it happen again right here? We'll see what happens. Like I'm not going to call you cray cray or anything. Looks like the NASDAQ is going to test the last Thursday's low. So are you short then, Matt Man? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I'm watching the 5-minute. Again, in my mind is 9-6. Okay, I could try something here though, even if it doesn't. I might try that. Yeah, I'm going to try it. Getting short at the red line here. Okay, I'm in. I don't want to overstay my welcome, but I want to give it an opportunity to give me that break. I'm going to add in another 4. I don't know why. It might just be bad Taco Bell. My instincts are saying I think there might be a flush here. But again, that could totally be the bad Taco Bell. They might not be my spidey senses. It might be just bad Mexican food I had last night. But again, only if it wants to come back down. I'm not familiar with CRWV. Nope. Is Taco Bell, I mean, that's a deep philosophical question. Is Taco Bell Mexican food? Valid question. Okay, I'm going to add right there now instead. Okay, looking to add at the red line. Trying to trust that this thing wants to not necessarily go to the white line, but like I said, I don't know. I'm going to put some time trays in the plug. I probably should talk about the podcast a little more often. I forget about it though, honestly. Pathetically, probably. Okay, there we go. In. Or not in, but like added 4 more. Blue line is my new average. Come on. Beautiful candle. Beautiful candle. I couldn't ask for a better situation here. Now will it deliver? Will it deliver? I'm going to add another 4 right there at the red line. Add to a winner at this point. If it comes down to that red line, I'm going to trust this thing. I will add in another 4 at the red line. And looking to add some more at the red line. If this does not work out, it will be a painful trade, but I'm trying to trust it. And if this candle right here gives me the reason to be confident, I mean, maybe this is all fooling me, and if it is, so be it. And I will look to add to a winner, slight winner that is. Okay, added. Come on, push. Give me some follow through here, brother. Come on. Oh boy. Now I'm worried, but I'm trying to keep the faith. I am worried though. Come on. It even hit, like, how did I not even get filled there? Ugh. So if this one does not work out, I am going in timeout because I will not be. I will be irritated. I know, Clay. The scalps were there. Yes, you were right. Oh, my goodness. I'll add in 4 more there. Once again, that'd be a very nice looking situation if it wants to come back down. But right now, I got to get out. All right, I don't know. Is Kyle here? Does anybody want to keep track of the timer? I need 15 minutes. Watch this thing come back down. I'll lose my mind. I'll lose my mind if this thing comes back down. All right, thank you, reward. Congrats, Ty. Congrats. Dude, enough with... Dude. All right. Enough with the hindsight armchair quarterback trading. Goodness. Yes, it's easy to look in hindsight and like, oh, there's a clue, there's that. That's amateur hour written all over it. That's how you end up with a strategy with 4,000 rules. Geez, Clay, relax. No, I'm a human being. These are irritating trades. It gets even more irritating when people show up in hindsight and start to nitpick everything. Well, did you see this and this? Well, again, that is amateur hour. That is how you end up with a strategy with a million rules. Okay, this dude is gone. I don't even know who he is, so we'll give him 10 minutes. Because I guarantee you, Sewell, he didn't take a trade. There's no trade on there. Okay, well, I don't enjoy angry trade or angry whatever, angry Clay. Hello, Faith. Thank you, Kevin. Now, if that Sewell here, if he would have been like, yeah, I got long here because of the volume profile and these clues that I saw, okay, fine. But I didn't. There's nothing here that said he was getting long. But goodness, to show up after the fact and see that it went up, and like, oh, there are clues there. Well, did you take advantage of those clues? Well, no. Well, then what the heck? Matt, you need to go chase some bearded women. Because we did learn last week, I think it was last week, that Man does enjoy bearded women. So that was not a pot shot at him. That was just me just stating the facts. Well, that makes me feel better. Had this candle here come down, and oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. What was the loss on the last one? I don't know. I don't remember what that number was at. But I think about 600. Okay, that makes me feel a lot better. So this one here would have definitely been account roasted had I gotten stubborn. Don't knock. That is fair. That is fair. You can't really, I can't knock bearded women because I have no experience with a bearded woman. All right, on the bounce here, I don't know. Is this maybe some sort of short up around the 50 period? I'm in timeout right now. I cannot trade for the next, I don't know what, probably 11 minutes after this last trade. I will say that this does make me feel way better. Way better to see that, no. Had I not stopped out, it would be not only like red on the day, but maybe account blown. 10-minute? You use a 10-minute time frame, Hoover? Ooh, I'd be interested in a short here if I was not in timeout. Short there, stop over the high. So let's see. Well, I'll do this to try to build confidence here. So let's just put my stop would be, or I'm sorry, my entry would be like right here. Okay, let's see. I would not be in yet. I need to see the price come down on the yellow line before I could say I'm in. No, I don't think would not have been in yet. No, I don't think so. Yeah, okay, I'd be in. My stop would be up here. So let's see how this plays out. Okay, now the yellow line has transitioned from my entry to where my stop would be. Stop the short sentiment. What? No, you have 9. Okay, reward is the official timekeeper. How much do I have left in the timeout? All right, well, I'll take that for a confidence booster. That makes me feel good that I haven't like completely lost my chart vision. $10 minutes, Clay. All right, now, okay. It was supposed to be reward. Reward. Not, the reason why I'm trying, okay, 9 minutes. Yeah, reward is the official timer. Or else, if I don't have an official one, then I have this situation where I got one person saying an 11, somebody else saying 10, somebody saying 8. All right. Well, there we go. That short would have worked out very, very, very nicely. Congrats if anybody actually took it. See, that's where you got. That's where again the world around me. The world revolves around me. It's very risky. Raphael up here saying stop the short sentiment. Well, I mean, maybe for you, Raphael, that's fine. For your strategy, I get it. Maybe you don't think anybody should be short. For you, for like you should not be short per your strategy. Cool. But like when you just assume that everybody should not be it, I mean, you would have missed out on a very nice trade of, I don't know, what was that, about 30 points in a couple minutes, brother. No, I'm guilty from time to time too. I also sometimes suffer from the world revolves around me itis, but it always works when you don't take the trade. It seems like that, but that's a confirmation bias. I assure you, it sometimes, because I mean, it happens all the time here when I wait for confirmation. Me not taking the trade saves me from a losing trade. So that is, Albert, that is a confirmation bias on your part. What would 30 points give in profit? Well, that depends on how many contracts you had. But that would have been a good trade. I'm a short bias trader unless it makes sense to go long. That's a good summary of me too there, Matt, man. Agreed. Yeah, Orville, good job. Holy smoke. See, that's what I mean. Raphael, man, you got to be careful with the world of Raws on me-itis. Literally telling people to stop with the short sentiment, like up here, before it's now dropped. You know, I don't know, 60 points? Come on, brother. Wow. We are under the 50 EMA. Mike, on what time frame? Because I don't even have the 50. Again, time frames matter, folks. The 50 EMA means absolutely nothing unless you give the time frame. What time frame are we under that 50 EMA of? Man, I'm worried for Raphael. So if he was all like, stop the short sentiment, stop, does that mean he was all bullish and, I don't know, adding, buying, entering? 50 EMA on the one tick. Yeah, I mean, it could be. You're right. You're right. It could very well be that. Without any context, it can be whatever your heart desires. Always best to get on the bus instead of in front of it. Hey, I like that. I don't think I've ever heard that. That's a good saying. Always best to get on the bus instead of in front of it. Agreed. Agreed. All right. Well, in the future, Mike, you got to let us know that. Well, okay. Well, just so you know, Mike, I'm not sure. But that right here is not an EMA. That is an SMA. Well, Raphael, regardless of your trade, is irrelevant. My point is this. When the price was up around here, you literally said, where was that? You said, stop the short sentiment. You were saying that when the price was here before this big rollover. Which is fine for your strategy, but that is my point. Like, if you're suffering from the world revolves around me-itis, you assume that because you think the short sentiment should stop, everybody should stop. Thanks, Clay. Dug myself out of a hole, and I'm walking away before I find the shovel again. All right, Zero. Good job. $66 trades today, 208 contracts. Average trade time is 57 seconds. Good stuff, Orville. Good stuff. Well, I'm assuming good stuff. I'm assuming within all that data, you respecting your rules and all that good stuff. Those buses have been road tripping nonstop lately too. I'm like, whoa, hey, come on, man. Raphael, dude, stop the short sentiment right before it's now dropped like we're over 100 points now, man. Come on, brother. Dang. Now, to be fair to myself, I highly doubt I'd still be holding. But man, that's a good confidence booster right there. Doggone it. Well, I hope somebody took that trade. And maybe in my magical world, somebody's still holding. You're still holding, Nate? Good. Fantastic. Okay, Neil, just so you know, just you don't have to say I just bought out. You can just say you covered. Covered it in trading jargon. Covered means you were short and then you bought. So you can just say you covered. You covered your short. You covered your position. That's a very easy way to communicate to other traders that you were short and now you are out. See, we covered all here, even basic lingo. What don't we talk about? We talk about anything from bearded women to proper terminology of how to communicate a short. I know this. Well then, brother, maybe just type it out. Victor is still short. Good job, Victor. Wow, some bounce bulls. Yeah, no, exactly. Anybody that was like Raphael, like, stop the short sentiment. Time to be bullish. They got crushed. Well, no. If they were undisciplined, they got crushed. Ahmed, good job. I had the right ideas, but my stops were too tight. Yeah, bummer. I would have held with the trailing stop. Gotcha. So like that C. Wells guy that was like, oh, the clues were there. Like, were the clues still here? Like when this big plunge happened, were those clues still there? Well, I said, no, they were gone now. Well, yeah, of course they were gone when the thing broke down through. At least I was not playing. That's true, Raphael, but hopefully you've learned from this to not just make those broad blanket statements. What are the clues? Yeah, no, exactly. Just, I don't remember. I can't remember if I gave him a 10-minute timeout or what, but like, goodness. Looks like we're at those last week's lows. Trade with momentum. Well, yeah, I agree. Like, that's the same as saying trade with the trend. I agree, but sometimes you think something is still the trend, but it's not. Like, if only it were that easy. Same with momentum. Yes, I agree. Trade with the momentum. Well, yeah, but I mean, there is a point where the momentum disappears and changes. And it's like, make sure it's not one of those. Okay, hey, Sewell, welcome. I don't recognize the name. How about you start to demonstrate all these statements? Like you say there's clues. Cool. So give us some trade plans. Show how you would make money from these clues. Volume profile is the clue to activity sentiment. Okay, that's a really, I mean, that makes you sound very smart. I'm not gonna deny that. But like, let's take that really smart sounding statement and let's see it in action. So give us some trade plans. Let's see how it plays out. Again, all we need is an entry point, a stop loss, and a target. Give us those three numbers ahead of time. Yeah, well, of course. They're always vague. That's the power of the trade plan. It takes vague, broad statements and forces people to narrow it down. But that does sound very smart. Volume profile is the clue to activity sentiment. Whoa, brother. You must have graduated from Harvard. But like, nobody actually knows what that means because, per your point, Nate, it's pretty vague. It's a heavy short. Okay, well then get short, Victor. Yeah, exactly. Not even, yeah. A little proof of your broad statements. To be fair, I don't know Sewell very much. Maybe he shows up. Maybe he actually defines his terms and gives some actual numbers. Meaning when you look to the right, the volume is drying up, meaning nobody. Okay, again, see well. All broad statements. How about you just show us the meaning of all the stuff through your own trade plans? Hey, Kumar. Good to see you. Okay, this guy is definitely officially a bot. Hey, who wants to use that juicy ban hammer on this president of the world secret? Please ban him. I'll let somebody else use the sweet juicy ban hammer. And then where would your stop be, Victor? Where would your stop be? Janice, I think Janice is officially gone. I think it was just too much for her. I don't know. Maybe she's off and she started her own live stream. I don't know. Oh, Jimbo got it. He got that sweet, juicy band hammer. How'd that feel, Jimbo? You feel like $1,000,000, don't you? Like the sweet power. All right, thank you, Victor. Good. We got an entry point. Now we have a stop. We're still waiting on Seawell. Seawell, we need a trade plan. So what's going on here? What are the clues telling you to do? Oh, that's deep, specialist. That's deep. I think I concur with everything you just said there. One of your kids, yeah, you might have one of the kids in the background there. That is plausible. I'm looking for a price to come to 850, okay? And I'm guessing that's for a long, Seawell? Is that accurate? If so, where's your stop at? Then I may, oh, okay. Well, as soon as you have a trade plan, let us know. Because when you say you may go long, then it's almost as if that it works out, you'll tell us all you did go long. But if it doesn't work out, then it's almost as if you would then say, no, I never got in. So as soon as you know where the long is actually going to be, let us know. And then we'll also need that stop loss number and a target. Kiki is Hawaiian for a kid. I did not know that. I cannot relax, Seawell. I cannot relax when you were saying that there are these clues out here. I can't wait to see these clues in action. So no, impossible to relax when there are these clues. Oh man, Raphael, dude. Stop the short sentiment. This has been a while since we have had one this blatant. Stop the short sentiment said up here. And now we've only rolled over, I don't know, like 200 points. No big deal. Am I done with my timeout yet? Reboot. Am I done with my timeout? Yes. All right. I'm going to copy trade Seawell. Okay, Seawell, I'm going to follow you in these clues. I think we should all copy Seawell. He knows the clues. Apparently there are breadcrumbs in the market and he sees them. Hey, Clay P, stop being an emotional nutcase. Don't disgrace the name Clay. Hey, bro, I'm from India. Cool. What time is it in India? think we can get to 24, 7, 10? 20. I mean, that's quite a bit of ways away. Just blew a 25K pro after. Good job, Sadie. I'm sure you had I mean, that sounds like a fantastic return on investment there, Sam. And in fact, what was it? Do you know the numbers? So you just lost the pro account. Always sad, but after 15 payouts. So like, what was your total cost for that to get that account? And then what were your total? If you don't, I mean, I understand. You're a busy guy. I don't know. Yeah. How much you bots cost? I don't know. You do have to ask the people paying for them. The weirdos that pay for those thinking they're doing, I don't know. Who knows what? I think Clay P might be this dude right here. I think he might be this guy right here. Who showed up, what, 2 weeks ago now? So here's the story behind the bot attack. Months ago, a long time ago, somebody showed up. They're like, I got an algorithm that is 100% win rate. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm like, well, can you give us some trade plans? And they kept talking in these broad terms, like just making broad. I'm like, okay, listen, you need to give us the actual numbers. It got to the point where people are like, dude, can you please just ban this person? I'm like, yeah, you're right. At this point, ban them. So they were banned. And then I noticed my likes all of a sudden jumped. I'm like, oh, that was weird. And then this message showed up. Enjoying your likes? I will give you one chance to apologize to me for your rudeness and arrogance. So I'm like, wait a second. In no way, shape, or form am I being rude or arrogant for asking you to prove that you have a 100% win rate algorithm. And then, he did one more about you need to apologize and grovel, something like that. I'm like, all right, ban. And then, yeah, so we went through, I don't know, a couple months where the likes and we'd go through these bot attacks. And then last week, on the day or 2 weeks ago, where I did like the later live stream because my brother-in-law was in town, he showed up again. So he created another name. And he was saying the same stuff. You better grovel. You better apologize for how you disrespected me. And of course, it was ignored. So I'm assuming that's him. So I don't know. Maybe that's Clay P. I don't know. Because now Clay P is accusing me like, looks like you have that. I wonder how much those cost. So he seems, it's either, maybe that's him or, I mean, for him to think that it's me, it's like, okay, you've not been around very long. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I still don't understand. Like, I don't know what they think they're accomplishing. Because as I continually say, all I'll do is, when this is over, YouTube has a thing to like report feedback. So I will click the report button. They have a nice little built-in feature. Okay, screenshot what you want us to look at. I'll screenshot, the big thing where it's like viewers, then they spike. I'm like, hey, we got attacked by a bot. And like I said, I've already been in communication with them. So that is where it's just confusing. Like, I don't know what you're trying to accomplish. Like, I get it. Like, if you think you're going to try to get me in trouble with YouTube because, like, you're going to think YouTube that, like, I'm doing. It's like, no, I just report it, and they're aware. I just want to talk about actual news. Well, you know what, Clay P? I don't. If you enjoy the live stream, the last thing you should want me to talk about all the time is real news. Because that will get so boring and burn me out so quickly. If you think I want to sit here for 4 hours and not really go off topic once in a while, joke around once in a while, have a good time once in a while, then I will not be here very long. Or I'll be here for maybe like 30 minutes a day. So, yeah, I personally do not want to talk about actual news every single second. That sounds absolutely miserable. Can I tell you a joke? No, I won't tell a joke. I still have not gotten any answers to this. If somebody tells you they're a chronic liar, are they a chronic liar? Again, Clay P, are you being a dent on purpose or are you just dented? As I just said, yes, I'm talking trash to a Indian, like, I'll just say it's a bot. Yes, I am. For my own mental sanity. I do not want to sit here and talk trading literally 4 hours straight. I like to joke around. It's good for my mind. It keeps my mind actually, you know. But I have no problem owning. No, I definitely do not want to talk about actual news 4 hours straight. No thanks. I do not want to talk about strictly trading 4 hours straight. No thanks. That sounds miserable. It's fun to joke around. It's fun to go back and forth. It's fun to do what I'm doing right now, you know? No, because a liar will never tell the truth. So they're not a liar. So if somebody tells you they're a chronic liar, they're not a chronic liar. I don't know. I'm not an Iowa fan. I live in Iowa, but I graduated from Ohio State. So that is a good question that maybe an Iowa or USC fan can talk about. Okay, Sewell, are you going to give us a trade plan? Why am I getting the suspicion that you were trained by a certain somebody that also struggles to ever give anything ahead of time? So are you buying? Are you buying it? Is that your entry point long, Sewell? At 9:04, is that where you're getting long? If so, fine, let us know. I said above 850. Okay, again, that doesn't mean anything. Like, we need actual numbers. Like, where would you actually buy at? No, Kumar, I'm not a dent. I don't use SMC smart concepts, okay? Good grief. I got in at 850. Did I not call this out? Or did he say he was actually buying? Let me give credit. Maybe. I'm looking for a price to come down to 850. Then I may go long. And now, of course, it works out. So he says he got long. Goodness. Okay. See, well, go ahead. I mean, I don't know if these sorts of tactics work in like other live streams, but like here, we're not gonna buy for that. I may get long there. Okay. Well, let's see. So my guess is, had this thing kept coming down, I'd be like, oh, you're underwater, right? Well, no, I never got long there. I never said I was. I said I may get long. Oh, how convenient. Wait to see what happens and then let us know. But nowhere did I see you actually say you got long. It was just, oh, I might. Do you see? Okay. Now, sometimes it's acting. This is not acting. I said it when it was 8. Again, I can't do it. I can't do it. It has nothing to do with when you said it. It has to do with the word may. I may get long there, which means it's unfalsifiable. If you say I may get long at a certain level, all that means is if it bounces like it has, you can say, oh yeah, I got long there. If it goes like this, you'll be able to say, no, I never got long. May makes it an unfalsifiable, like it's a win-win for you when you use the word I might get long there. Yes, I realize you said it ahead of time, but you said you might. I asked about, I'm sorry, what was your question? No. Sewell is not a bot. How do you deal with a red day within the account? Well, I don't know. Just go back. If it's that bad, then leave. Go for it. Tomorrow you'll feel better. I rarely do the markets. Usually I'm doing buy, bid, or sell, ask. I'm about the wife. Hey. So maybe like a little double bottom there. Jim, I thought you banned this guy. I got him. The secret government guy. Yeah, that's the trade-off, Fresh Prince. That is definitely the trade-off. The market's fair. There's always trade-offs, give and take. If you try to get at the bid, yeah, if you get filled, you'll get the best possible entry. But like if you, there is also the threat that you just get left behind. Rafi, okay, maybe that's delayed because I already answered that. I'm guessing you maybe are a little bit behind pace, so you'll hear me. But yeah, Rafi, you might want to check the scroll bar. I think you're a little behind pace. So you're not. So I'm not the only one that recognize that irony. It can't be a secret if he keeps telling people about it. Well, I guess to be fair, he was telling people about altcoins. His claim was a secret government. So all right, never mind. He wasn't talking about the government. Wait, no, I see. That's your point though. Like he's saying he's the president of the world. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Or are bonds having a bullish day today? I haven't checked on bonds. No, they're not. Bonds are down right now. At least the 10-year, which is what I think matters most because that's the one that mortgages and stuff are based off of. But yeah, I mean they're not like down a lot, but they're definitely not green. So I'm not sure what bond you're looking at, Matt. But the bond that I care about, that 10-year, it's actually slightly red on the day. What a whirlwind day. I blew an account this morning due to a... Oh, man. Phone failure. Dang. Well, good recovery with the new account. Wait a second. What size account? Stealing tendency, you're still here? If that's a 25K account, you need to lose 15 bucks. I don't know how long ago that message was from. TBT just reset one of my accounts for free. No money was withdrawn from any of my accounts. That's interesting. 25K. I have to flip trade. Well, no, you made... No, yeah, stealing. You realize that you're only allowed for the 25K during the test phase. You can only make 750, right? And right now you're up 765. Assuming I'm understanding what you're saying right. Okay, maybe a long here. As it comes down to these lows, maybe some sort of bounce. Dude, I almost just said 45. Again, this is not good. Oh, okay. Well, I don't really... I call a flip trade like just doing a quick trade just to log a day. I don't really call a flip trade like to lose money. So that all right, that was the point of confusion. Yeah, yes, in the sense of that helps you understand, that helps to avoid this where you think that everything is like magical and mystical stuff like that. So yes, it helps with just a general understanding of things, Nas. I don't know. I'm gonna take a swing at it. I am long. Patience, Clay. Patience. I know. Clay, you had the scalpy scalp. I know. You're right. You're right. Come on. Push. Okay, out. I'm up 6. 1 second. Good job. Good job, Rafi. Not bad at all for a first day. I'm trying to short of 897. Okay. Okay, so you're looking for it to bounce up to you. Gotcha. 25-point stop and target. All right. All right. I appreciate that. Giving us numbers ahead of time. And notice how I didn't use the word may. I may. Hey, Idang. I mean, Sewell, you know you got busted, right? Like, you know you threw that word may there for a reason, so that you could never be held right, or so that you're either going to be right or like, no, I never got into the trade. So we're still waiting for some actual evidence of these breadcrumbs or these clues from Sewell. He has failed to deliver anything, though. It seems like it's lagging. I submit a buy order and it won't. It seems like it's. Let's see. I'll run a test. No, that was fast. Let's see on the cancel. Nope, that was instant. Yeah, no lag here. Hey, Danny M. I just bought a TPT value with the code made. Thanks for using code Clay, Danny. Feeding some hungry kids. And yeah, congrats on your first day. Is this your first time trading futures or no? No. I'm trying to think, what did I ask him? I don't remember. Maybe I asked him if this is his first time trading futures. I don't know. Is this thing about to bounce? It's looking like it might want to get a little bouncy bounce. Oh, okay, Danny. Well, thank you. Thank you. Glad you appreciate you using code Clay. Feeding hungry kids. You're a saint. Is there like a code Clay feeds kid, code Clay kid, code and like kids? So like we got a couple D's there. Is in a slogan. I can make it a catchy sounding slogan. I don't know. All right. Hey, Mastery Construction. What a nice guy. He's feeding hungry kids. Code Clay. We got all sorts of philanthropists around here. Clay, thanks for continuing to trade through a prop. I had a negative impression. Oh, you're welcome, Lance. Thank you for being open. That was a long time ago. You've been around a while. Code Clay feeds kids. No, I don't. Code Clay feeds. Yeah, I get. I don't know. I think we can do better than that, though. I guess, to be fair, maybe we can't do better. I don't know. Sewell, do we have any clues? Should we be getting long here, Sewell? Because what I don't want, Sewell, is I don't want to get long here and then for it to come down and then for you to be like, okay, thank you, Sewell, with the $4 sticker. But like, I appreciate that. But like, should we be getting long here? Are there any clues? Yeah. Sorry. I set the bar too high, patient trader. That's on me. That's on me. That's on me. Okay, well, do we buy here or not? That's what I'm actually asking, Sewell. When do we buy? Code Clay, feeding futures one bite at a time. Oh, with the play on words with bite. Hey, Tariq. Yeah, yes, you can, Cam. The answer to that question is yes. In fact, you should only have one login with them. Only have one login with Take Profit Trader. If you start to create different emails and try to get, you're going to get yourself banned because they're going to think you're up to like squirrely action. So yes, use the same login, and then within there, you can have your multiple accounts within the same, the same email that you used to log in with. But definitely do not go out there and create 3 different emails because don't do that. That'll get you in trouble. Appreciate it, Lance. Thank you, Lance. That's very kind of you. Again, see well, man. You just keep using all these terms. It's the line of demarcation. Okay, when do we buy and where do we put our stop? That's ultimately what we all crave, see well. Where do we buy and where's our stop going to be? That's a case-by-case basis, Christian. There's no like universal answer to that. Matt, man, that's not a terrible idea. I know I could get a for sure sell if I had a picture with a bearded woman on it. Matt would, he might buy like multiple shirts. No, it's going to 24 anchored. Oh, really? It's going there? Patel, is there any chance it doesn't go there at all? Hello, Tariq. Again, Atel, is there any chance that it doesn't go to 24,700? Thanks, Cam. Yes, okay, so if you do get another one, Cam, log it. So whatever you use for that 25K, log into there, and then in your dashboard, there's a little area that says create new test. Click on that. Uh-oh. Am I about to cook here? Let's see. Are we about to get one of my favorite patterns? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, I don't know. Is that a falling wedge? I think that's a falling wedge, which is the bullish pattern. What am I trading? I'm trading futures. Specifically, I'm trading MNQ futures. On a day like today, very volatile, MNQ. Clay's kids say, feed hungry kids, use code Clay. Feed hungry kids. Okay, okay, maybe. This is NASDAQ. Yes, this is MNQ. The spicy orangutan, a classic. Uh, 50% more. So if since your target is 3,000, you cannot make more than 1,500 in a single day. Only during the test phase, because what they're trying to prevent is people YOLOing, getting lucky, and then saying, "See, I passed. See, I know what I'm doing." It's like, well, do you, or did you just YOLO and get lucky? But that's only during the test phase. So since you're with the 3K, the 50% is 50% of that target amount. Does that make sense? Cool. I wish I didn't call it the consistency rule, because like usually people hear the consistency rule and then they think about the very kind of convoluted, confusing consistency rule that other ones have. So I don't know what else I could call it, but like I wish I didn't call it that. But yes, that's all that one means. What's the buffer on the 1,500? Your buffer is always the drawdown. Yes, yeah. If you go over, yes, that's a good point. And also mastery construction, even if you were to go over, it's not like they'll take the account away from you. They do adjust your profit target though, to keep it all proportional. So it's best to just get as close to that as possible. I pass evals in 2 days, and on third day I make small gains, and on fourth and fifth day I get in and out. Cool. All right. There we are. If you believe in the falling wedge, there's the breakout of it. I'm going to try a short at the red line if it wants to come back down. See if this is more so just a rejection off not only the trend line here, but also the 21 EMA. Do you go to the test account or straight to the actual? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Okay, nice looking candle here. There we go. Let's see if it can deliver for me. Okay, I'm going to let these final two work for me here. So this will be a green trade, just a matter of how big of a green trade, because I don't know how far down this wants to go. But I'm going to let these final two work for me. I'm just going to trail it with my stop now. Now, if this thing snaps right back up, then okay. It'll be a modest trade. But if this thing actually comes all the way down here and plummets, then yeah, I'm in a good spot. I literally have no idea how big this green trade could be, because I don't know how far down it might want to go. I'll do this just in case. I'll put another one down here just in case it does bounce off those lows. I'll take one more off right there. And then I'll still have, and that way if it comes down here and like explodes to the downside, I'll still have one more to enjoy the party. But yeah, again, green trade no matter what. Now just a question of how big of a green trade. Christian, just don't be a greedy savage. Stop going for Grand Slam. It makes perfect sense. You are clearly just swinging for the fences every trade. That's how you're passing those accounts so quickly. You are literally swinging for the fences. So yes, if you swing for the fences with that sort of drawdown, it's going to bite you. But if you just chill out for the time being, because the trailing drawdown does eventually stop trailing, then yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Of course you're sorry you are, because that's not a valid strategy. Go big or go home is not a valid strategy. And I'm going to move my stop down a little bit more now. So now worst case, I'm making, what, 11 points on these final two. You know what, for this one, let's see if we can actually get the breakdown. Let me move it down a little bit more. Let's just play a little ball here. I am short, correct. That is correct, Zachy. So short, for anybody new, I want to see prices go down. The further down below this blue line, below this green line, the better. But this blue line was my entry, so it'll be a winning trade now no matter what. Just a question of how big of a green trade, because I don't know how far down this thing might want to break down. Again, Christian, I think that is the perfect observation. Fully agree. My point is, you're blaming the wrong thing. You're like, oh, it's an intraday drawdown. No, it's really not. It's what you just said right there. It's just when I start fresh pro account, it's so tempting to go heavy. Going heavy, that is the problem, not the trailing drawdown. So fantastic self-analysis there. Now let's make sure you're blaming the right things. Don't be blaming things that are not the problem. Does that make sense? It's the going heavy. That's the problem. Okay, move my stop down there now. Come on, a little bit more. All right, let's just go down to that right there point. It might bounce off the lower. We are at the lower part of the pattern here, so I could very well see this thing bounce, but we'll give it leeway. Worst case, though, at this point, I'm basically making about 25 points. So I'll take 25 points in the worst case scenario. Like I said, would not be shocked if I get stopped out here, because it would just be a classic bounce off the bottom part of this pattern. So obviously now, I don't want to see the falling wedge hold. I want to see this falling wedge fail miserably and for it to flush down through. So I'm giving the chance for that to happen. Gold is looking interesting. Okay. Well, I'm in the middle of a trade right now, so I'm about to get stopped out, it looks like. Unfortunately, the lower trend line did hold. Dirty rat, falling wedge. Stupid lower trend line. But I'm hanging in there by the skin of my chinny chin chin. Clay, I think it's the hair of your... No, it's skin. It's skin of your chinny chin chin. And I am so close again. Bigger volume here. Yeah, I'm almost banking on getting stopped out. There are no guarantees, but it's pretty close to a guarantee. There it is. All right. Still okay. Nice trade. Nice trade. No, it's definitely not hair. It's definitely skin of my chinny chin chin. You know, just like make hay when it's hailing out. You can't have your cake and eat cookies too. 3 dozen of one is a half dozen of two others, you know? Just the classic sayings. 3 birds in the bush is better than 18 bushes in the attic, you know? I swear it's hair. I've never heard skin. Daniel, I mean, I don't know who you're hanging around with, brother, but it is definitely skin. Christian, stop. Stop being so dented. I can so identify the problems with you as a trader. Once again, you are blaming the wrong thing for your problems. You keep wanting to blame the drawdown when you yourself just admitted you like to go in heavy. In other words, go big or go home. That is the problem, Christian. So this is a classic example of how some people are never going to improve. Like we're literally witness somebody identify the problem in their self-reflection. So they've identified it, but identifying and acknowledging are two very different things. So Christian identified the problem by making the comment about how they like to go in heavy. But have they, accepted it? No. Acknowledged it? No. They're still blaming something else. Okay, for those of you that are that dented, you're like my kids. I'm being sarcastic. I know it's the hair on my chinny chin chin. I know it's make hay when it's sunny, not make hay when it's hailing. Goodness. So you're like, some of you, you're literally like my kids that are still learning to pick up on sarcasm. My clue was when I listed off about 18 other sayings, also wrong. That was my clue that I was just being sarcastic about the skin on my chinny chin chin. I love you all. I love you all. But good grief, some of your sarcasm radars are busted. I did say it with such conviction, but the clue was for me to list out all those other ones also wrong. All right, coming down to that lower trend line again. Will it bounce again? Or is the price finally going to push down through it? All right, Christian, how is Christian not? Okay, this is how much I love you, Christian. I'm going to ban you. There we go. Sarah, in all honesty, that was an amazing case study. Truly. Christian literally mapped out like what the problem was. They said, I when I get my pro account, I like to just go in heavy so that I can try to get to the payout phase as quick as possible. And then they like, oh, okay, yeah, well, that's probably why you're struggling with your pro account, because you're going in heavy. You're probably maxing out the account. But no, that's not what they actually blame. They blame the trailing drawdown. You can't make that stuff up. That is the stuff I've seen since I've gotten into the coaching. Like I said, started the site back in 2013. I've seen that stuff over and over and over again. Don't get me wrong. A lot of people fail because trading is hard. It's very hard. Very, very hard. But sometimes that is something why people, it's not like the markets that are failing people. It's people that don't want to actually blame the right thing. They want to blame external things. But yeah, that was such a powerful case study right there. And you dirty rat. Now after you stop me out, now you give up the lower part of the pattern. I YOLO and I go all in. That's not the issue though, Clay. The issue is the trailing drawdown. I don't have any risk management, Clay, but the issue is something. Are you? I don't know about 2%. Maybe, Chuck. That's still a ways away, though. The issue is my fingers. Now, to be fair, well, that was irony of irony. I just chucked my wedding ring. But anyways, to be fair, like I have had it before, like my fingers on the mouse and then like my muscle spasms. I don't know if anybody else has had this. Maybe I'm just a freak, but it just like, and then like I'm in or like I get out. It doesn't happen very often, but like has anybody else ever had the muscle spasm in your finger and you literally just press it and you don't mean to? Anybody, am I alone? Give me a 5 if you've ever had the muscle spasm, like mouse click. Did you use code Clay, Tyson? I do have a code with them. I hope you used it, Tyson. Oh, wow. Okay. That makes me feel better. So I'm not the only one out there with a biological muscle spasm in my finger from time to time. All right. That makes me feel way better. My mouse has numbers on the side, and I've had that happen with my thumb, and it's... the muscle spasms will get you. Whoa, hey, gold. All right, we got to look at gold here, folks. Hey, okay. What is going on with gold? It is getting smacked in the face. You doing it on your phone? I don't know. How does a muscle spasm get you on your phone? I'm not saying it doesn't, but... Wow. Oh, hey! Gold is just crushing people right now. You catching that knife, you getting cut. Okay, now, okay. So is Bitcoin also falling, I wonder right now? If so, then we'll hop over to the US dollar, and I would imagine the US dollar is going up right now. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Bitcoin is also falling right now. Ooh, down below 92. All right, so UUP, I would assume, is up. The dollar going up right now. There we go. All right, UUP is indeed going up, although I guess right now, 5-minute is up. What's another good one for the dollar? DXY, I think. Okay, there we go. Yeah, check it out. Gold. I don't know. I thought the dollar would be up a little bit higher than that, but I don't know. Something's going on. My guess is that somebody from the Fed say that like interest rates are not getting cut next month. Central bank gold buying surges. Okay. Now, to me, that doesn't make sense. Somebody might have to explain it. So buying gold surged, meaning people want gold. But on that news, that's sending gold down. In my mind, that doesn't make sense. I would think that'd be bullish news. Like, oh man, the central bank is buying gold. Like they must be a little worried. They're buying gold. What's your win rate? I have no idea. Win rates are I'm not going to call them worthless, but very overrated. There are, I don't want to say many, but it is very possible, Lanes, to have a 95% win rate and not be profitable. I'll say that again. Somebody could say, like, I got a 95% win rate, and they could be a non-profitable trader. So yeah, that's why I don't track win rate. I don't really care about win rate. Again, I'm not going to go as far as saying it's totally worthless. I'm just saying it can be a bit on the deceiving side. Yeah, right there. There's Nated. Yeah, I blew an account with a 90% win rate. Exactly. Is MNQ following this at all, or is it just gold right now? Oh, no. Wow. MNQ is actually bouncing right now. Yeah, exactly, Nate. Yeah, so I should probably take the inverse. I also know traders that are, I don't know if I'm... Yeah, 30, 40. They're like, yeah, I lose 7 out of 10 times, but they're profitable. They have a 30% win rate, but they're profitable. So again, to call something worthless, strong word. So I'm not going to call a win rate worthless, but I think it's a little over. No, I understand why people are asking about it and care about it on all that. Like I get that part of it, but In other words, if I sat there and said, oh, I have a win rate of 90%, for you to default to, oh, this guy must therefore know what he's talking about, that would be wrong. Just like if I sat there and said, I got a 30% win rate, for you to then default to, oh, this guy must not know what he's talking about because he's only got a 30%, that would also be wrong. It's called, yeah, risk. Exactly. So hopefully that makes sense. Valid question. I understand why you're asking it, Lanes, but yeah, you're kind of setting yourself to this. You're setting yourself up to deceive yourself unintentionally. Because you very well could conclude that somebody is not a good trader because they have a low win rate when they actually are a really good trader. 100% win rate. Yeah, that's true. Or you just always win, I guess, if you don't set a stop because you can't lose. Kind of. Something like that. Something like that. The only reason I think traders thought more gold was being bought and the data. Oh, okay. I could see that making sense, Shuby. Yeah, I could see that. I'm not rich and profits, but I'm a profitable trader at 30. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So mastery construction, exactly. Good point there. Are you dented, Lanes? Lanes, okay. Dude, I just spent like the past 10 minutes trying to create a learning lesson, and then you just ask it. Lanes, are you one of these people that ask a question and then just like disappear? Or are you a bot? I don't know. Maybe Lanes is a bot. I don't know. Maybe they're rage baiting. I have no idea. But that's wild. That's wild. Not only did I answer it, I tried to turn it into like a little miniature learning lesson. And then you just asked like you didn't even hear any of it. Wild. Wild. Yeah, good job. Good job, Rafi. Very well done. You can have 90% win rate and still lose money. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Per the lesson. Yes. Like I said, if okay, well, here just, I'm not saying it will bounce, but if you're a short, we are approaching this dotted brown line here on the 5 minute. This is the pivot point. Doesn't mean the price will bounce from there, but I don't know. To be getting short down around there, a little bit sketchy. Once placed an order by mistake, no stop loss, no nothing. Came back, 30% of my account down, but luckily 14. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, Leo, that's probably not going to be the first time that ever. I don't think that ever disappears. Like, it definitely has gotten way less. But, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, forgetting about orders, like, that's just a thing. I do think it's a little easier with, like, these platforms because it's so easy to put in an order. Like, boom, boom, there's a short. Like, that was so easy. So that's why I try to make it a habit to always be clicking the gray button because that cancels everything out there. But yes, I'm glad it worked out for you, Leo. But just to be totally honest with you, it'll happen again. That's kind of just part of being a trader. Forgetting about orders, pressing the wrong buttons, stuff like that. But very glad to hear that one worked out for you. Which is also why the prop firms are very good. Because even like if you forget about orders and it's your own cash, man, that can be really bad in a hurry. Because that's, I mean, if you come back and it's like that could be like tens of thousands. I mean, depending on how big your account is, thousands, tens of thousands of dollars gone if it doesn't work out. But you know, in the prop firm world, worst cases, it's just your account that's gone. Pressing wrong buttons happens to me 2 times in a week. Yeah. And Joseph, that stuff never goes away. I mean, even today, right? I had one of those where I had a misclick up there, and it's just, unfortunately, it never does go away. But yes, in the prop firms, it does at least alleviate those consequences if they happen. Which, on that note, in the prop firm space, if you are wondering where do I stand on things, so if you are, we'll go through a couple different categories. For take profit trader, I believe they are the king of the mountain for several reasons. Why for the beginner? Well, as a beginner, you're a beginner. Now, I don't mean beginner trader. I just mean beginner to the prop firm world. There's nothing wrong with these other ones, but they do have more rules, and the rules can get overwhelming. But Take Profit Trader has a very clean set of rules, so as a beginner, you're not going to feel overwhelmed by, wait, what's this, what's that, what's that? Very, very clean cut, very, very easy to follow. So beginners, definitely start with Take Profit Trader, in my opinion. Now, if you are experienced and you're out there empire building, then I would say Take Profit Trader needs to be part of your empire building. And if you've never tried them, you need to try. I've yet to meet any prop firm trader that has experience with other prop firms, tries Take Profit Trader, gets to the payout phase, and then complains about daily payouts in whatever amount you want. So if you're making $3,000 every day of the week, you can have you can have payments every single day of the week in the amount of $3,000. So I've yet to meet, like I said, anybody that has experience with other prop firms come in and say, wow, I really don't like this whole daily payout thing. I don't like being able to request all the amount, every amount that I've made, I can request it. Other prop firms, you might make $4,000, but okay, well, for now, you can only request $2,000. No, to be fair, you'll eventually get paid everything, but it's, with Take Profit Trader, if you're making $4,000 every day, well, then you get to request if you want $4,000 every day. So definitely give them a try. And then back to the beginner side of things, by definition, eventually you will go from beginner into experienced trader. And at that point, yeah, if you want to expand the empire, here are some other prop firms that you can look into and use. And then just for the people that are like, hey, Clay, I enjoy the live stream and I'm using, prop firm, this, and the other. Do you have a code with them? Because I want to support the live stream. I'd love to use your code. So for those people, those are the, the codes that I have for the different prop firms. The one note would just be funding ticks. The code is technically Clay Trader. But yeah, if you're one of those people that just enjoys and you're wondering what prop firms I have a code with to use it at, there you go. So, and at the end of the day, as much as I enjoy doing this, I'm a father of 6 kids, so I got to use my time wisely. And it would be very unwise if I'm going to take over 4 hours out of my schedule to go do something where there's really no monetary value per se. Because if you notice, there were no ads. I have YouTube ads turned off, so I've not made a penny from YouTube ads because I want you to just have a clean viewer experience. So the only way that this is going to continue is if it's worth my time. And the only way that it's going to be worth my time is if people use code Clay. But the good news is by using code Clay, you're getting deals anyways. You're saving money. You're getting whatever the promotions are. So it's a good win-win for everybody. So I know that can kind of be a little too blunt, transparent for some people that are offended when others try to monetize their time. But it is what it is. That is a fact of the matter. If you want the live stream to continue, it's got to be worth my time. And the way to make it worth my time is to save yourself some money also and use code Clay. So if that offended you, sorry. It is what it is. How many copy trades do you do? I do not copy trade right now, Victor. I'll eventually get to copy trading, but not right now. So also, beginners should be using micros, and TPT has the cheapest micro commissions. Oh, do they? I don't think I knew that. I guess I assume prop firms all have the same commission structure. But okay, I guess there's another thing. Micros are the cheapest on TPT also. There we go. If that offended you, you needed it. I think so too, but I use code Clay when I buy my month's supply of Twinkies. That's because you're an American, and that's because you're a good American. But, all right, well, I'm going to go ahead and call it good. On your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like button, that would be great. And if you're not yet a subscriber, make sure you subscribe, turn on notifications, because usually I do show up early. So if you're interested in when I do go live exactly, then make sure you turn on notifications. But yes, I'll be back no later than 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. So for all of you that hung out, this was a good one. Had some good conversations. Had some, overall a frustrating day. I'm still green, but man, there was a couple that I got aggressive on, just didn't quite work out, but it is what it is. But at the end of the day, I'm feeling better now. So I'm very glad I put myself in the 15-minute timeout. It allowed me to preserve the day, preserve the account, preserve the green. So it is what it is. So tomorrow, I don't know about tomorrow. I'll be back at 11 a.m. I'm not sure what you're asking about tomorrow, Zachy, but 11 a.m. Eastern at the very latest, I'll be back. But like I said, subscribe and turn on notifications so you know exactly when I do go live. So everybody take care. Have a good one. Use code Clay. Feed some hungry kids.